out to your home and give you a same-day estimate that will come back the next day and install it. Is that fast enough?
You need a hand, I can assure you this, I can help.
Visit ConstellationHome.com today. You can save up to $3,000 and we'll have your new HVAC system up and running tomorrow. For next day installation, call before 1 p.m. Constellation Home, 10605.
I can help.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's a great time of the year to get out and enjoy the outdoors. And my buddies at Pete Cycle Company, they got you covered this summer. So get out and cool off with a new jet ski from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, Kawasaki. They have the original stand-up skis to the all-out performance of a two-seater to the luxury of the three-seat model. They even have fishing models. Save up to $2,500 now on selected models. Financing rates as low as 3.99%. They have the area's largest selection of jet skis and have some fantastic deals now through the 4th of July. So get on out to one of two Pete Cycle showrooms on Bel Air Road in Baltimore, just off 695 in Overlake. Go on there and see. They have a huge selection. Or the other location is 800 Ritchie Highway in Severna Park to see the 2026 lineup of jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, and Kawasaki. Yeah, go see my buddy John Leach, the owner. Tell him you want Vinny's deal. Or visit online at PeteCycle.com. That's PeteCycle.com and see for yourself the 2026 lineup jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Dean Kramer had a successful return from the 60-day IL yesterday against the White Sox. Kramer held Chicago to one earned run with 4 strikeouts over 6 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz believes Kramer's return is a big development for his starting rotation.
Dean's pedigree, his track record, if he's battle-tested, and to have that presence, knowing that he can navigate the game and control his emotions, slow heartbeat, and that's what we valued and what we missed.
It's an off day for the Birds as they will be back in action in a 3-game series against the Reds beginning tomorrow night. The O's went 2-4 during their homestand and own a 40-48 record. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 100s with an overnight low of 79. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 104. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Green Valley Marketplace. Football training camp is almost here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They have your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The 1-2. Strike 3. Ball game over, and the Yankees lose their 7th straight game. An absolutely awful stretch of baseball by the Yankees as they continue to lose. Their defense continues to be porous and not getting the hits when they need them.
Porous, great word. Michael K. on Yes Network. By the way, programming note for tonight, Fresh Take follows us at 6. Sunshine, joining them at 7 o'clock tonight, talking Sixers, talking Wizards, Wizards playoff team maybe? Jimmy Patso's in studio with Fresh Take at 7 o'clock. But how about the Yankees? They've lost 7 straight and 8 of 10 they're playing really bad baseball, and they usually play bad baseball when Aaron Judge is hurt. But they got off to, I think they won 6 in a row after he got hurt.
They won 9 of their first 13 games without Aaron Judge, but in this recent stretch, Ken, it's dreadful baseball. And you heard Michael Kay. You really don't hear the main play-by-play guy. Awful brand of baseball over this stretch, but they have been awful. In this 7-game losing streak, Ken, the Yankees are hitting 137. 137. And they've also allowed 23 unearned runs. They've committed 17 errors in their last 12 games, which have led to 23 unearned runs. So we've seen a lot of bad defense by the Orioles this year, but the Yankees have said, hold my beer in this recent stretch.
So the Yankees are now, they still own the top wild card spot, but they, with this streak, and they're fortunate that like Tampa Bay has actually gotten hot. Remember, they were cold before. Tampa Bay is 3.5 games up on the division now.
The Yankees have lost 7 straight. The Rays have won 7 straight. So you do the math.
Yeah,
they've been able to overcome the Yankees just in this past week.
The Yankees were, based on that, Bum, and I'm carrying the 1.
Yes.
Wait, let me use my
2.
fingers.
Yeah.
By virtue of your statement, the Yankees were 3.5 games up 7 games ago.
Yes, that is correct. And now the Rays have overtook them, and this Yankees club, they do this every year. You can look over the past 2, 3, 4 years, like June, July, right around this time, they always take this nosedive. But Ken, Aaron Judge, his return is it's not in sight. It's not going to happen anytime soon.
Hey, maybe Stanton comes back soon.
Yeah, right. This is post All-Star break, well beyond All-Star break, probably August. So the Yankees are going to make the playoffs regardless.
Sure.
But the division is very much up for grabs right now. The Rays, it looked like prior to this stretch, they were kind of in the tank for a bit, and that goes back to when the Orioles swept them, remember? And they were really struggling there for a couple of weeks, but now the Rays are red hot again.
So let's go from the Bronx to Queens. And the Mets, obviously, we know they're a dumpster fire. They're sitting in last place in the NL East. But Steve Cohen says he's not firing David Stearns, huh?
He said, we'll figure out what changes that need to be made, but the changes that's not going to be made is moving David out at this point. I'm just not going to do it. David, of course, David Stearns, president of baseball ops. Ken, he's been there, since 2024, and it's much different expectations, and they made it to the NLCS that season. Last year was a big disappointment. This year has been a colossal disappointment for them. It's a different kind of leash when you're basically given a blank check to build the roster. I don't know, man. Like, I know they just fired their manager not that long ago, but I'm surprised that Stearns is not on the hot seat.
If memory serves, the Mets have the second highest payroll in all of baseball, right? Only the Dodgers.
Yes.
And the Orioles have more wins than the Mets.
They've been the biggest disappointment in baseball this season. I don't really know who's a clear second. Like, it's the Mets and then a big drop-off.
They have Lindor. They have Soto. They added Bo Bichette. They traded for Freddie Peralta. Like, they made a ton of, quote, money moves. And it does point to, like, if you just go signing guys left and like, Bo Bichette didn't have a position there, but they're like, we got to bring him in. Sometimes it doesn't work. I'm shocked. I'm shocked they're this bad.
Oh, no one could have seen this coming, Ken. Like, they're 15 games below 500. Like, they stink. They are a bad baseball team right now, to the point where I'm not sure if you saw it. I think it was last week at Citi Field. There was a random Pete Alonso chant being brought out by the fans.
I did see that.
Like,
I did see that.
That's kind of odd. It's a mess.
Speaking of that, did you notice when we were Pickles on Tuesday, I saw multiple Pete Alonso Mets jerseys?
I saw at least one. Yeah, I saw at least one.
That was kind of interesting.
I don't get it. Quite frankly, I don't understand it.
I think you can get the Pete Alonso Orioles jersey.
Yeah, it's different. I always think of like NFL is a great example of it. Like you'll see Ed Reed, Miami, University of Miami jerseys. Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
I remember Joe Flacco, Delaware jerseys.
I've seen a lot of Lamar Louisville jerseys.
Yes, Lamar Louisville, very popular as well. Like the college makes sense. The former team makes no sense.
Yeah, he plays for this team now.
Yes, he's an Oriole.
And I will say, and credit to the Orioles and Nike and whomever, the New City Connects are really cool, and they're very popular. And we saw a lot of those. I did see multiple Colton Cowser City Connect jerseys on Tuesday.
The Moon Man.
The Moon Man is back.
Hey, he's playing a hell of a center field of late, Ken.
He is. MLBPA has released some proposals, interesting ones, like bigger rosters.
Yeah, there's a lot of different proposals, none that are like blow you. I feel like MLB and their proposals, they've just put out stuff that just pisses off people. Like these are pretty if you will. The expanded rosters, I actually really like this. Goes from 26 to 28 the first 15 days of the season. So that obviously helps, pitchers are still getting worked up at that time. So it helps out teams there. Different procedural things in terms of like 60-day IL, when that could go in effect in the offseason to begin. That would be November, which is much earlier. Any pitcher records 9 outs or throws 50 pitches in a game within 7 days before the All-Star break and his option would receive major league pay and service time leading up to the 4th game after the break. They moved the trade deadline up, which I find kind of odd, to be honest. It would be between July 21st and the 27th, where right now it's the 28th and August 3rd. Just a lot of playoff eligibility for all players who are in the organization, not just those on the 40-man roster by September 1st. That seems like an easy one. None of these are like crazy.
They seem more reasonable than the Major League Baseballs.
Yes. Major League Baseball kind of putting out a lot of the hot topic issues where the PA, these are more procedural.
One more note, and we brought this up with Tony Gwynn Jr. Have you been paying attention to what Dansby Swanson's done the last 2 days?
It's been going nuts.
He is 6 for 9 with 5 homers and 11 RBIs.
Jeez. 6 homers and 5 homers and 11 RBIs. 6
hits.
Jeez. That's crazy.
And Tony Gwynn Jr., who's part of the Padres radio broadcast, said he was close to a 4th homer yesterday.
Yeah, the Padres took the punishment from Dansby Swanson.
Yeah, the Cubs swept the Padres in that series. Cubs have had they're a schizophrenic team. They got hot early, then super cold, now hot again.
They come to Camden Yards next week.
That's great timing. Yeah. Coming up next, yesterday we did the 6-pack of the best things about a heat wave. Now it's a 6-pack worst things about a heat wave. We'll give you our list next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In 21 of the last 23 NFL seasons, at least one team has gone from worst to first in their division. The Bears and Patriots did it last year. Who's it going to be in 2026? How about a team that won 6 games last year, just 2 behind first place Carolina? Kellen Moore's pushing the right buttons. Tyler Shuck looks to be the man. Who that say going to beat them Saints? My money's on New Orleans. I'm Mike Wickett.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. If the contract trading involves risk, it may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
The right patio sets the scene. The right grill steals the show. For a limited time during July 4th, extra big deals at Lowe's. Get two 12 by 12-inch square patio stones for only $3. Plus, save $100 on the select Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $179. All you need now is good company. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/6. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Tonight, clear low around 86. Tomorrow, high near 101.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. If that contract trading involves risk, it may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Time for the Inside Access 6-Pack.
Six-pack time. Six-pack sponsored by the Good Feet Store. Come and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet Store. Go to goodfeet.com for more details. Yesterday, we did our six-pack of the best things about heat waves. Now it's time for the worst things about heat waves. And Brian, let's get started.
Number 6.
Number 6 is just sitting still and flop sweating. There is nothing worse than full disclosure, the first 4 are kind of fun. The last 2, not as much fun. But flop sweat is my 6.
I experienced this yesterday, walking Zoe Girl, my dog Zoe. Trash day. When it is so hot.
That's a bad video.
And I live in Hamden, and I'm walking Zoe throughout Hamden, and all of the trash cans, well, they're all flipped open because they're, the trash people came, got the trash, and they keep the trash cans open. That way you know that they took it. And it smelled like what, Ken, because nothing worse than that. Super hot day and a trash day.
Number 5.
I'm really going to experience this when I head to Cambridge. Bugs, mosquitoes. Oh, God. It is the worst when you're just getting eaten alive outside. You're sweating your ass off. And then you're just, geez, slapping, trying to get them off of you. Bugs suck.
So I've experienced this twice in the last 3 years where it's so hot for so long. It turns the pool or the ocean into feeling like you walked into a tub. It's so
good.
bad.
Yeah, that's
it
true.
is brutal. And there's nothing refreshing about Margie and I went down. My brother has a place in Naples. So we went to Vanderbilt Beach, which was really nice. And we walk into the ocean, and I feel like all of Cuba peed in the ocean at the same time. It's just like, I need to get out of here.
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting. Yeah. And the same thing happened when we took the kids to Universal this past summer. It was hot down there. They have this giant, beautiful pool. You get in, and it's just like, it's a tub. It's awful.
Number 4.
I sleep hot to begin with, but when it's hot and you can't, even with the air conditioning on, it's hard to sleep when it's hot, man. It's hard.
My 4, and I guess this really can happen at any point, but sunburn. Yeah. When it's so hot and you feel the sun beating down on your skin and you're thinking, oh, geez, this is going to turn into a sunburn. It's a helpless feeling unless you have the sunscreen by you, which you should, and you reapply throughout the day.
Keep reapplying.
Like you should.
Yeah.
But as I said yesterday during the good part of the heat wave 6-pack, I've just burned more easily now that I'm older and had Accutane 10 years ago.
Have you looked at me?
I have, yes.
I'm a ginger.
You are.
I burn easily.
Yeah.
I basically go from white to red and then back to white again. There is no tanning for me. It's just red or white. I wish there was blue. I could be patriotic. But we're doing this 6-pack of the worst things about heat waves. And Brian, let's continue.
Number 3.
So my 3's pretty much your 4, but with a personal twist to it. My mom did not believe in AC growing up. She would have hard and fast rules. She would never turn on the AC in May. It had to be June. I'm not doing it. And then the reward for AC, it wasn't even AC. She would set it to 78 degrees. That's not AC. 78 degrees is not AC. And I still have a picture on my phone. It's from years ago at this point. We were having a family party. The AC was not on. I have a picture to prove this. The inside of the house was 87 degrees.
Miserable.
87 degrees. That's hard
now
to...
they have a pool, right?
Yes, my parents do have a pool. But Ken, my childhood dog Buddy... he was a cockapoo with black fur.
Oh, yeah, Bruce.
He's just laying on the floor dying.
I'm a school teacher, right? Yeah. So sometimes my classroom, I take pictures of the thermostat.
Yeah.
It hit 87 regularly.
Regularly? Yeah. What's the highest you've gotten to?
87.
Oh, 87. That,
because it breaks.
Dude, that is, yeah, right. At that point. But that is, oh, God, miserable.
Number 3 for me, and things get a little more serious here for this list now. Heat waves put strain on all power, and no power means no AC at all.
Oh, man.
And
You're
blackouts
really, you're really getting serious and heavy.
This takes a turn. I just want to warn you. My list takes a turn here. So,
I hope you're on the smart energy program.
Yeah.
Save the grid.
Summer of Sam, like in Ken's house.
Exactly, yeah.
Save the grid. Get your BGE credit, people.
Yeah, Son of Sam Killer out there in the blackouts in New York City. Yes, that's my 3.
Number 2.
Number 2 is it's yours from earlier, but it escalates because sun equals sunburn, which could equal sun cancer and melanoma. Jeez. I had a piece of my back cut out in 2016. Yeah. Put on that sunscreen when you can do that.
My 2, simply getting into a car. It sucks, man. Like when we're leaving the show today at 6 and it's over 100 degrees now, I literally checked my phone during the break. It's 100 and feels like 110 at the Palatial 105.7 The Fan Studios outside, I should say.
Yeah, on that concrete.
My gray Mazda is going to be 150 degrees, and it gets to the point where the inside, like, You put your arm on the armrest and it's scalding hot. You burn yourself like, oh, damn it. Like,
I'm gonna remote start my car the last break of the show.
I don't have that. I don't have that capability.
I have that on the other car. I don't have it on this car.
That's my 2.
Number 1.
My number 1, I think, might have been your 6. Just humidity, sweating your butt off.
Yeah.
Swamp booty.
Yeah, swamp booty.
Swamp nether regions.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
No.
Sweat sucks.
Parts of your body sticking to other parts of your body.
Yes, exactly.
Do you know what's less fun than that, Bum?
Oh, God.
Heat stroke.
You're going to heat stroke.
Heat stroke is definitely the worst thing about heat waves.
Dying from heat exhaustion.
Dying. Death is the worst thing. It's the worst thing. I'm sorry this took a turn.
Jeez.
It's been a rough 24.
Heading into the 4th of July weekend. Yeah. Dying of heat exhaustion.
Yeah. Happy 4th, everybody. Coming up next, Orioles and Reds start a 3-game series tomorrow. We will preview and talk some Bengals as well because Joe Burrow talking that talk. What's Joe Daneman think about it? He's from Fox 19 in Cincinnati, and he joins us next.
Dover Motor Speedway is your home for NASCAR action. Enjoy high-speed action, the best fan zone, camping, tailgates, and more. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com. Once again, that's DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel's changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header and score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hatch your plan for smoother travel across the bay at baybridge.com. Get real-time traffic updates and live cameras all in one spot. And always remember, never drive distracted and never tailgate.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Ryan Helsley warmed up to enter yesterday's game, but was shut down after experiencing right elbow discomfort. Helsley was on the IL earlier this season due to elbow issues. Manager Craig Albernaz is worried about his closer's health.
My level of concern, something like that, is always high. It's almost like you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. You know, hopefully everything comes out and he's fine. But like I said, we'll kind of see where this leads and more information. Hopefully it was kind of just precautionary.
The O's are off today before heading to Cincinnati to open up a 3-game series tomorrow night. Baltimore is 40-48 and sits 4.5 games out of the final wild card spot. Alex Ovechkin has signed a 1-year, $4.2 $4.25 million contract to return to the Capitals. It will mark Ovechkin's 22nd season in D.C. Ovi passed Wayne Gretzky last year for the most regular season goals in NHL history. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 100s with an overnight low of 79. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 104. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalese, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
And Reds start a 3-game series tomorrow, and when we want to talk Cincinnati sports, you know where we go. Joe Daneman, Fox 19 in Cincinnati, joins us now. And Joe, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. The Orioles and Reds come in with nearly identical records, but the Reds don't have the benefit of the horrible American League to help them in the wild card hunt. Correct me if I'm wrong, because we're so focused on the Orioles and their disappointment, but the Reds, there were expectations this year, right? What's been going on with the Reds this year?
Oh, yeah. Expectations were really high. The Reds made the playoffs for the first time in 5 years last year, won 83 games. And the expectation was they would compete to win the National League Central. That's pretty much gone now that the Reds are 14.5 games behind the Milwaukee Brewers. What's happened is a lot of players are underperforming. And if you ask people here in Cincinnati, they're going to point towards ownership. They're going to point towards the GM. And that's fine, but at some point, the fingers have to point at these so many players that were expected to play at a really high level this season that just haven't performed One of those being Hunter Green, a guy that you're going to see this weekend making his season debut. He's been out all season with elbow trouble. He didn't need Tommy John surgery, but needed some surgery to clean up his elbow before the start of the season. He's supposed to be this team's ace. He hasn't pitched yet this season. He's expected to make his debut on Saturday against the Orioles, but he's one guy, at least has an excuse to why he hasn't played or performed this year. He just hasn't played. But the other guys the Reds have expected to be a big difference maker so far this season just haven't been.
Well, Joe, one of those guys, Eugenio Suarez,
right.
he hit 49 home runs last year, had a .526 slug. He's got a .373 slugging percentage. I know he's missed some games due to injury, but where's the power gone with Suarez?
The biggest question and probably the biggest disappointment of this season, because when the Reds got him a little bit later in the process, they took a big swing at Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber is from the Cincinnati area, and a lot of people in Cincinnati have been talking for years about his contract being up with the Phillies and the Reds taking a swing at him. And for all intents and purposes, they did, but the feeling was they never really were going to get Kyle Schwarber. And when that didn't happen, they decided to go back to Eugenio Suarez, who was a star here in Cincinnati and has 249 home run seasons on his resume. And here we are, more than halfway done with the year and approaching the All-Star break. He's got 8. So where's the power gone? We don't know. Now, Terry Francona, the Reds manager, and Eugenio Suarez have both said publicly different opinions about the World Baseball Classic. That Eugenio went to play for Team Venezuela, didn't get many at-bats, sat the bench there, and had a really slow start of the season because he didn't get his normal ramp-up in spring training. But, guys, it's July. It's time for this guy to start carrying his weight. And I know you're not in Cincinnati, but when the Reds signed him, it kind of felt like an all-in kind of move for this team in the Elly De La Cruz window. They got about 2 or 3 more years of the Elly window to really go for it, and they went for it. They went over budget to bring Eugenio Suarez back, and it's backfired. They're paying him $15 million, and he's on pace to hit about 15 home runs. We all thought if he had a down year, it'd be 30, and he's on pace to hit half that. So he's been kind of the poster child for everything that's been underperforming so far in Cincinnati.
We're talking with Joe Daneman. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Joe, are the Milwaukee Brewers just the National League's version of the Tampa Bay Rays at this point? Like we every year, I feel like the quote unquote experts are saying this is the year they fall off, but they're not falling off.
They aren't, and you're right. And the hardest part for people in Cincinnati is, people make the excuse around here, oh, you're a small market team. Well, so is Milwaukee, and they've figured it out. And you can point to the differences between the Reds and the Brewers, and I'm sure a lot of small market teams, because Milwaukee just has an identity they play to. But it's not just that. And it's a team that's willing to make uncomfortable trades and trade assets, whether it's a Corbin Burns, whether it's a Devin Williams, and get back pieces that might not wow you, but then they show up on the field and they're difference-making players. Plus, their international scouting is outstanding, and you see that show up every single time the Reds play them. The Reds haven't beaten them this year. The Reds are, I believe, 19-50 in their last 69 games against the Milwaukee Brewers. And if you're trying to win the National League Central and your record against the Brewers is that, you're not going to go anywhere. And the Reds are actually about to beat Jacob Mizorowski today, which is wild to think that they haven't beaten the Brewers at all this year. And then you get the National League Cy Young leader on the mound and you beat him today. So it's one of those things. It's like that scene from Christmas Vacation. She falls down a well, her eyes go cross, she gets kicked by a mule, they go back straight again. That's kind of how the Reds are with Jacob Mizorowski today. But yeah, the Brewers have figured it out. They play to their identity, and they just make really smart moves. And they've proven you can win in Major League Baseball with a smaller market.
We're speaking to Joe Daneman of Fox 19 in Cincinnati. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Joe, let's switch gears to the Bengals. And I've been kind of amused. It seems like Joe Burrow is willing to tell anyone with a microphone how good the Bengals are this year and is not tempering expectations at all. He wants all eyes on Cincinnati. He invokes the LSU team that he was part of, one of the greatest college football teams of all time. What are your expectations for the Bengals this year?
See, this is dangerous because we talked about expectations for the Reds.
Yeah.
This idea they were all in, and now here are the Bengals who have gone even further all in on the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase window. It kind of feels like that, right? It feels like there's a lot of pressure now on the players and the coaches because the front office, which is too many times, and deservedly so, picked on, pointed at, made fun of, for them not surrounding Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase with the kind of roster they deserve to go out and compete. They've done it. And they've gone more in than they ever have before when you think about the way they have remade this defense with Dexter Lawrence being the guy everybody's pointing to as, okay, the Bengals are serious about this in 2026. But what I think Joe Burrow has done is put pressure and put his team on notice that when they show up to training camp, there's an expectation that 3 years of not making the playoffs isn't just not good enough, that changes need to be made if they don't get it done this year. Whether they deserve to be the favorite in the AFC North or Baltimore deserves, it kind of feels like flip a coin on that. But what the Bengals have done in constructing this roster and what Joe Burrow has done now is raise the expectation and a standard that this team has to get to the playoffs. Otherwise, changes are needed, and I think we all understand what those changes would be. They would start with Zach Taylor and the coaching staff.
Joe, I feel like they just need to be middle of the pack defensively. They can't be atrocious defensively. And adding a Boye Mafe, adding a Dexter Lawrence, a Jonathan Allen, Brian Cook, I feel like on paper they can do that.
You're 100% right with what the Bengals offense is, what should be a top 5, top 3 offense in the NFL. A just okay defense would be good enough for this team to get to the playoffs. But is that really the expectation when you have Burrow, Chase, Higgins, and you bring in Dexter Lawrence and remake the defense with some of the names you said? This is a team that needs to win playoff games and needs to compete to win AFC championships and needs to compete to try to win a Super Bowl. That, to me, I don't think you can have just an okay defense to do that. And we've seen it. You go back and look at the teams that are playing in Super Bowls in the last 5 to 7 years and winning the Super Bowl, you can't get by with just a great offense and an okay defense. You've got to have a defense that's somewhere in the top 5 to 7 range to win that game. And you look across the league and some of the other rosters, the Rams being a roster that you look at, just an okay defense isn't going to be good enough for this team to meet the expectation that they have for this season, and that's getting back to the playoffs and winning playoff games. But you're right. The idea, if you just give Joe and Jamar a defense that's competent, they'll get back to the playoffs. But if they want to win playoff games in a deep AFC, they've got to be good. So can they make that leap from one of the worst defenses in the NFL to a top 10 defense this year? I think they got the talent. The question is, how will that talent come together in 2026?
Joe Dineman, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. Stay cool out there.
It's tough out here, man. It's actually supposed to cool down a little bit for the Orioles series here in Cincinnati, but it's still really warm.
It's supposed to be 104 tomorrow here. So.
Oh, boy. Yeah,
no fun. Thanks, man.
All right, guys. No problem.
Yeah, Joe Dineman, Fox 19 in Cincinnati. Viv.
Cincinnati Viv.
Yeah, he's our guy when we talk Cincinnati sports. Coming up next, though, Reds and Orioles. 3-game series starts tomorrow. We preview next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
The Red Cross has an urgent need for blood donors. Make an appointment at redcrossblood.org and help save lives. There are 2,520 hours between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Use one of them to donate blood and help save lives. Be a hero to a patient in need. Make an appointment to donate at redcrossblood.org or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Jeremy Kahn here to tell you this summer, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition. That is the legendary Costas Inn. And this summer you can enjoy hot steamed crabs for carryout or right in the comfort of their dining room. And it's at the original location on North Point Boulevard. And when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Stars, stripes, and savings. Get up to 30% off during Raymore and Flanagan's 4th of July sale. Enjoy can't-miss deals on sofas, sectionals, sleepers, bedroom sets, and more for every room in your home. Items are in stock and ready for delivery in 3 days or less. You can also save up to $600 on top mattress brands during the 4th of July mattress sale. Celebrate 250 years and save up to 30% today at Raymore and Flanagan, now open in White Marsh.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, that's heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway delays off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. And the inner loop slows through Towson between 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, and Dulaney Valley Road. Heavy on Route 50 eastbound through Annapolis from 450 West Street to the Bay Bridge. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles and Reds they're starting a 3-game series tomorrow. As Joe Donovan said, the Reds are about to beat the Brewers. They beating the Miz today. Miz gave up 4 unearned runs in that one. But the Reds, they're an interesting team. And I know a lot of Oriole fans complain, well, they hired a manager with no experience. The Reds have Terry Francona. Terry Francona led the Reds to the playoffs a year ago. And there were a lot of expectations this year, Bone, but they got basically the same record as the Orioles. And they're probably done already because the National League's actually decent.
And they went out and made moves. And we were just talking to Joe Daneman about Eugenio Suarez, who the bulk of his career was in Cincinnati. And then, of course, over the past couple of years, I know he got traded at the deadline yesterday with Seattle.
Yeah.
And he had 49 home runs last year, Ken. He's got 8 home runs in 58 games this year. The power has just fallen off a cliff. But quite frankly, this offense is bad. They strike out a lot, 4th most strikeouts in baseball. They're 24th in OPS, 29th in batting average, dead last in batting average with runners in scoring position, and 22nd in runs scored. Like, we talk with the Orioles, and typically when you're a bad team, a lot of teams have the same question. Like, what can they hang their hat on?
Yeah.
They don't pitch well. Their bullpen's not great. They're both in the bottom 10 in terms of ERA and starters and relievers. Ken, the 3 starters projected, and they haven't officially announced it, but going off of what ESPN, it's 3 guys with ERAs of over 5. And it's not a good home team. They're 19 and 22. And you mentioned this earlier. The Reds are probably looking at the Orioles the same way that we're looking at the Reds. Like, oh, this is a bad team. They had lost 7 of 9 before being close to winning today against the Brewers. This is not a good ball club.
Yeah. By the way, and I'm pretty sure Joe said, I guess Hunter Green's going to make his debut this weekend. But that's another thing that's hurt them. And I remember we were talking, I forgot who we were talking to this offseason. And they were talking about a potential trade talk, and it was like the Orioles giving up something for Hunter Green, which would have been a lose-lose because whoever it was isn't playing well for the Orioles, and Hunter Green's been hurt. But yeah, the Reds are now the NL Central's good. Like the Cubs are a wagon right now. We documented last segment how good the Brewers are, the National League's version of the Tampa Bay Rays. Even the Pirates are hanging around 500. So that's a gauntlet.
Ken, they have 3 teams with a winning record, and the Pirates exactly at 500. There's almost as many teams over 500 in that division compared to the American League as a whole. And for a while there, at least early on, all of them were over 500. They all got off to pretty good starts, and obviously the Reds have faded tremendously over this stretch, but it's a very good division.
So the Orioles are 40 and 46, and the Reds are 39 and 46. The Orioles are 4.5 games out of the wild card. The Reds are 6 games out of the wild card. So they're almost mirror images.
Well, and you can say, both these teams went in with expectations.
Yes,
both
absolutely.
Of these teams made some big moves in free agency. Now, you mentioned they had Terry Francona, who's a very established
He's
manager.
going to Hall of Fame one day.
Yes, with a heck of a resume. And the Orioles, of course, have a first-year skipper in Craig Albernaz. But the results are similar, where 2 teams tremendously underachieving, 2 teams with several players that have failed to meet expectations.
So what are your expectations? This is the start of the sprint to the All-Star break, Bone. I think 3 at Cincinnati, and then you got 6 home games, Cubs and Royals, and that's the All-Star break.
I think the sprint started the beginning of the homestand. You had 12 of the last 15 games at Camden Yards. And the Orioles, even after going on that crappy homestand, going 2-4, they're still having an above 500 record at home. But it already got off to a rough start. You could not afford to lose both of those series, and they did. And this is a bad Reds team. You have to find a way to win, because guess what? The Cubs come to town immediately after that. That's going to be a really tough series for the O's. So you have to find a way to win 2 out of 3.
Yeah, the Cubs just beat the crap out of the Padres this past series in Chicago, including a 23-3 beatdown yesterday. So, yeah, that it doesn't get now. The Royals, they're another disappointing team. They come in to end the first half.
Yeah, they stink.
But the Royals are probably looking at the Orioles going, that's a get-right series for us potentially as we head into the All-Star break.
Yeah, and that was a really interesting and kind of fun series that they played early in the year at Kansas City. Remember, they had that big extra innings game.
Yeah.
Samuel Basallo came up big with his bat. But, you look at the pitchers that are projected for the Orioles this weekend. You have Trevor Rogers tomorrow. Rogers has been fantastic over the past month. You have Brandon Young, who you always feel really good about him going out there because they win a heck of a lot more often than not when he starts. And then Kyle Bradish on Sunday, where that's more of a mixed bag.
You don't know what you're getting.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully, he got the bad start out of the way last time, and we see Kyle Bradish shoving.
Yeah, look, the good news is this isn't a scary lineup right now, and a lot of guys have been struggling of late. Like Ellie De La Cruz, 608 OPS over his last 16 games. JJ Bleday, a 400 OPS over his last 13. Suarez, 496 OPS over his last 11. So a lot of their big pieces are really scuffling heading into this weekend series.
I have a dumb question. Is there a BBT tomorrow?
There is, actually, yes.
Who is it?
It's Steve and Ryan.
Oh, wow. And so technically almost there's a little Birdland territory flavor in there.
I mean,
Steve,
yeah. I mean, you can say there's a Birdland territory every time I host.
Yeah, I do say that. That's why I said there's still some Birdland territory.
Yeah, I guess.
Because usually, when you and Steve do it together, it's
then it's the Birdland territory.
It's the Birdland territory edition. Yeah.
But, Boarding in the Bone, that's its own separate entity. That's here. And not to begrudge Ryan, because Ryan's great too, but Boarding the Bone, that's peak. People love it.
The people are always one of the things they talk to me about, and when they talk to me in the bathroom is Boarding the Bone. They get around to Boarding the Bone.
That and X Factor.
Well, X Factors comes first, and then Boarding the Bone. Yeah, X Factors is always first. Hey, coming up next, the Orioles have themselves a lineup problem, and they started fiddling around with the leadoff spot in this last series, but the top third of the lineup has been a problem. We'll explain next here on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a shit, and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Beat the heat this summer and stay cool. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer for their $89 AC precision tune-up to make sure your AC system is in tip-top shape this summer. Call 410-367-7777 today.
Big savings are here during the Salute to Savings event at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great models under $30,000. Available and ready to drive home today. Credit issues? We say yes. Shop now at BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop job.
Swift for power mop. Swift for power mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound is heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound, there's delays from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway off and on heavy from 95 to Security Boulevard. And the inner loop of the Beltway slows through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road. Off and on delays there. Outer loop of the Beltway at 795, the Northwest Expressway, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. US 50 eastbound at Route 2 Ritchie Highway, there's a disabled vehicle being cleared. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Dean Kramer had a successful return from the 60-day IL yesterday against the White Sox. Kramer held Chicago to 1 earned run with 4 strikeouts over 6 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz believes Kramer's return is a big development for his starting rotation.
Dean's pedigree, his track record, if he's battle tested, and to have that presence, knowing that he can navigate the game and control his emotions, slow heartbeat, and that's what we valued and what we missed.
It's an off day for the Birds as they will be back in action in a 3-game series against the Reds beginning tomorrow night. The O's went 2-4 during their homestand and own a 40-48 record. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 100s with an overnight low of 79. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 104. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Dean Kramer had a success.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just breaks up the rhythm, breaks up the cadence, the routine. Obviously, both those guys have hit in those 2 spots this year. Not a big change for them, but hopefully it kind of gets something going for us.
Craig Albernaz talking about moving Gunnar Henderson in the order, and Gunnar Henderson in the leadoff spot had a nice series against the White Sox, Bone. I'm interested, though. It's not only Gunnar. The top third of the lineup has not been what the Orioles signed up for.
It's pretty shocking how poor the top third of the lineup has been for this team. Close to 90 games in at this point. They're 18th in on base, 20th in RBIs, 22nd in home runs, 23rd in OPS, 25th in slug, 25th in batting average. So they're bottom 10 in a lot of those categories. And you look at who has had the lion's share of plate appearances in the top third. Taylor Ward with 400, Gunnar Henderson 399, Adley Rutschman 210, Pete Alonso with 151. Now, Pete has been in the cleanup spot for a while now. He was batting in the top third
coincidentally enough, in the first part of the season, and that was when he was really struggling.
And then a little bit when Adley was out.
Yes. But Pete has been really effective of late, and a lot of that has been batting cleanup. But it's not just Gunnar. It's not just Taylor Ward. It's the whole top third of the lineup. And we talked a lot yesterday about Gunnar batting leadoff. And, okay, is that changing things up? But they've also kind of tinkered with 2 and 3 in the past couple of days, too. Taylor Ward bat second on Tuesday. Adley hit second yesterday. And I know over the past year and a half, it was like we joked it was the birthright for Adley.
Yes.
Why is he continuing to bat second? I kind of wonder if he should be back batting second moving forward, assuming Gunnar's still batting leadoff and then Taylor Ward batting third. Like, could we see him be more aggressive, assuming if base runners are on ahead of him?
If he's in a position to drive in base runners. I'm with you. I still, and I guess they won't even consider it. And Gunnar's had success, and it's a small sample, but in the leadoff spot. But let's go down a path where he starts to fall off in the leadoff spot. Why not try Blaze Alexander in the leadoff spot? Bat Adley second, Ward third, Pete fourth, and Gunnar fifth.
I'm with that 100%. I just think Blaze Alexander still leads the majors in batting average since May 1st. 2 months now, over 2 months, he's leading the majors in batting average. He gets on base. He's athletic. He can run. He can lay a bunt. He can do so much for you.
2 more hits yesterday.
Where I'm with you. Now, he has been one of their best hitters in terms of runners in scoring position, so you lose some of that. But, I'm with it. And if Gunnar gets back to struggling, over the next week or so, then, it needs to be considered. But I think I would go right now what they did yesterday.
Timeout, though. The runner's in scoring position, he's doing it out of the 9 hole. So, if he's in the leadoff spot, when the lineup resets, he's almost... I hear what you're saying the first time around.
Yeah.
But when you get to the reset the lineup, it's 1 spot difference. So he still will have the opportunity to drive in runs.
Hey, man, I'm all for it. I feel like we've been beating the Blaze drum for a couple weeks now.
Guy's been hitting for 2 months.
Yeah, moving up in the order. I would be all for it. But I do think I would like to see them, at least over the weekend, maybe even just the rest of this stretch until the All-Star break, Gunnar 1, Adley 2, Ward 3.
Yeah, they got it. That's the other thing, and we haven't even really talked about it as much the last couple of days because there's so much else. But they got to figure out a way to get Taylor Ward going, and by going I mean be some reasonable facsimile of the guy he was in Anaheim the last 2 years, like the guy that hit 60 home runs over the last 2 years, not the guy that's walking a bunch.
Well, he had, the sack fly, and he had a hit yesterday. I think heading into yesterday, Ken, he was 0 for 18, I want to say. But him in the leadoff spot, I wonder if that just kind of ratchets up his passivity, if that's a word. Passiveness?
Yeah.
Let's go with passiveness.
Passivity. Yeah.
But that's why I like dropping him some, because maybe with guys on base, he will be more aggressive in trying to do damage with his bat. Where being leadoff, you're, okay, let's try to get on, and then someone behind me can drive me in. Where you reverse it. I maybe that brings out more in him. At least that would be my hope.
I also think that, and granted, I'm going to say this, and then they're going to get shut down because this is what happens. But the Reds don't pitch well, and it's a small ballpark. This could be a place that gets...
And it's hot as hell.
Yeah. The ball should be flying. I don't know Pete Alonso's numbers in Cincinnati. I would think he's hit a bunch of bombs in Cincinnati. That place is... It just... I've been there. It feels tiny when you're in it, the Great American Ballpark.
Yeah, this should be a weekend where they can do some damage, against a not great Reds team, and you got to find a way to take 2 or 3. There's no excuse. But Pete, Actually, his numbers really aren't that good.
Really?
Cincinnati.
I'm
No,
shocked.
He hits only 200.
How many homers?
5.
5 career homers in the Great American Ballpark?
Yeah, 18 games.
Yeah.
Not a ton, but yeah, he does not hit well.
That is shocking to me.
Yeah. OPS of 747.
Wow. That's a good plane, but not a good OPS.
It's a good plane.
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah. No, that I would have thought that Pete would have good numbers, and that's a tiny ballpark. But maybe he maybe overswings there. Who knows? Maybe he doesn't see the ball like Adley in DC. He doesn't see the ball well there. He doesn't hit in DC.
Oh, Pete in what was it? Miami mashes.
Oh, he mashes. Well, he's a Florida kid. Yeah.
Totally.
He hit pretty well in Tampa too.
I think Nats Park as well when they were over there.
Yeah.
I think they were saying Pete had crazy numbers there.
I'm calling for 2 Pete homers this weekend.
Sharpie?
Yeah, put it in.
All right.
Put it in. I say Pete hits at least 2 homers.
On the 4th of July? He hits his own fireworks?
Maybe, yeah. I think he's got at least 2 homers this weekend.
All right.
Yeah, when we come on, you won't be here till Wednesday, but put it in the computer.
There we go.
Yeah, put it in the Bone simulator. Yeah. By the way, that is a programming note. So Bone, this is one of those summer holidays for you. You take those extra days because you spend time with the family in Cambridge.
Yeah, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day. Always take some days off around there. We head there. My mom's side of the family, it's a lot of us, and usually 4th of July is the biggest crowd because one of my cousins, well, now about to be 2 of my cousins, live in Boston, so they don't come every time. But 4th of July, they come down, and Ken, you'll love this. I think it's going to be 8, maybe 9 dogs.
Wow.
That's a lot of dogs.
So it's a big house.
I mean, it is.
It's not like my brother's big house.
I was going to say it is nowhere near big enough for the amount of people and dogs. I will say that.
So
this is only like a 4-bedroom type thing.
We sleep in head to toe?
So there's what we call like a bunk house. There's like kind of like a shed.
Okay.
Where like
So you got people sleeping in a shed?
Yeah, I'm in there. Bunk beds and stuff
Wow.
like yeah. So it's we get creative with the space. But it's great. The house itself, I've told this story before, but my grandfather, he built it down there. That's why I have coordinates on my arm if you're watching on YouTube. Myself, a lot of my family, they have those coordinates. Like Cambridge, it's a very special place for all of our family. And
will you be crabbing this weekend?
Absolutely. 100%.
See, that's where I don't know anything about it. I just love crabs, so I'm kind of jealous about
crabbing that. Crabbing is a lot of fun.
Now, my uncle and aunt, John and Jan, they do every July 4th crab feast. So we'll be going over there Saturday. So I will be able to eat crabs, but they will just be buying them, not catching.
Hopefully, they're really running. Some years, man, like we could catch a bushel ourselves, and you don't have to worry about buying them. But some years, not so much.
Well, how's the heat affect them? Do you know?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Should ask your grandfather.
I have no idea. I would assume usually like 4th of July, I feel like is the Crabbers Super Bowl. They got to go off. They got to go ham to get them for the people. So they're usually running 4th of July. So I'm excited. We'll probably crab tomorrow, to be honest.
Coming up next, though, I know I'm jealous of the crabs. I don't know if I'm jealous about this, but you guys are going to be doing something big down at your grandfather's this weekend, and I feel like you should live stream it. But 250 hot dog challenge, you will explain, and also I have a story to tell that happened this week. That's next here on The Fan.
After Inside Access, it's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A year ago at this time, nobody thought the Seattle Seahawks, with Sam Darnold, were going to be the ones hoisting Lombardi's trophy. The Seahawks were 60-1 to win the Super Bowl last July. Those odds right now, they fall on the Indianapolis Colts and the Washington Commanders. And yeah, the Rams are the favorite right now, plus 550. But let's not give the trophy to L.A. quite yet. I'm Mike Wickett.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic? Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. My new go-to spot is Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. It's the summertime cuisine that I'm looking forward to. The burnt ends, street corn, southern deviled eggs. You got to go check them out at eatdrinkelephant.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. If that contract trading involves risk, it may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at Pfizerforall.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. and free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, did I hear there's a pill version of Ozempic?
Yep, you sure did. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets 9 milligrams and Ozempic semaglutide injection 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The inner loop of the Beltway is heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. And then on the inner loop of the Beltway, it slows through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road. Outer loop of the Beltway at 795. Disabled vehicle just cleared out of the way. All lanes are now open. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Debris in the roadway on the right side at 404 at the tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Bone, it's a big one at Cambridge this weekend. Not only will there be crabbing and dogs, but I think it was your cousin who has decided that you guys on this 250th birthday of our country are going to try to match that in hot dogs.
He came up with this idea when we were at Cambridge during Memorial Day weekend, and it has always been.
Do you like this guy?
Oh yeah,
okay.
I love him. Shout out Robbie.
Okay.
We've always watched the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Yes.
It's always been a huge deal. I remember watching it when I was really, really young, and Kobayashi, and then Joey Chestnut's just a dog. He just runs what now.
He does.
And I think it's spurred from that because in the past, I know we've done hot dog eating contests down there, but my cousin's like, all right, we need to all lock in and we need to eat 250 hot dogs on the 4th of July in honor of America 250. So it's a lot of us down there. It's going to be 25 of us. So you do, 10 hot dogs. But keep in mind.
Can the dogs eat any of the hot dogs?
Well, I did ask that.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of dogs.
I know.
And I said, if we get into a bind, can we give at least one to each dog? Because that you're talking 8 or 9 right there. That's a decent chunk right there. But of the 25 people, just for context, my grandparents are in their 80s. They are not eating 10 hot dogs.
Can they eat a couple?
Maybe. I think we're hoping
cut them
they
up,
eat
put
a
them
couple.
with baked beans.
I think of my mom's not eating many hot dogs. Like my aunts are not eating many hot dogs.
Your dad's down to clown.
Oh yeah, my dad's gonna. So there, my other cousin, he sort of came up with a list of 10 of us, and he was basically like, we need to all eat 20.
I don't want to gender this, but how many 30-something men, 30 to 50-something men are going to be there?
So that's okay. So it's one, and so it's my dad, my 2 other uncles, my cousin. My other cousins, they're in their mid-20s.
Sure.
Definitely count them along.
Any beefy guys? The guys that eat?
There's some beefy guys. But I don't think I could eat 20. So here's our kind of workaround.
Mm-hmm.
So tomorrow, we'll all be there, of course. And my cousin said midnight counts. So we'll be decently drunk at that point.
At midnight, eat 3.
That's what I'm saying. So
get it started
we
early.
need to really lock in when the clock hits midnight and the 4th of July begins. So it's midnight to 11:59. So if we could all eat maybe 4 or 5 hot dogs, like at least me and my cousins, like
started.
A group of us,
Yeah.
like 5 of us, like if we get 25 down, if we get 30 down the night before, I think that would go a long way. I don't think we really have a good chance at doing this. I'll, of course, report back on Wednesday when I come back, but I don't have – that's a lot of hot dogs, man. That is a lot
I
of
think
hot
the
dogs.
midnight to basically 12 to 12 helps you because, full disclosure, You did a hot dog eating contest against Lucy Burge.
And it went horrible.
Horrible. You like, when that was like, what did you do? Like, you get like 2 minutes or something like that? 3 minutes? What did
we did. I think we did the normal rules. I think it was 10 minutes.
Okay.
I think I ate 5 hot dogs.
Yeah, you were terrible.
It was not good. It was a bad showing for your boy. But this is all day. It's not like I'm forcing it down. Yeah.
Well, and if Ken and I sent you a video of us eating like 2 hot dogs, could that count to your total?
No. I mean, you got to be in Cambridge. You got to be with the family. If I could solicit help, I would, but I think the parameters have been set in that regard. So
I'm feeling better now with the midnight thing.
Yeah, that's sort of the loop, the workaround.
You're eating nothing but hot dogs.
Well, and the last trip, Memorial Day, that was probably the latest I've stayed up. We were up till like 5.
Yeah.
Couple of those days. If we stay up that late, then we could really do damage. I don't think we're going to be staying up that late.
And that's the breakfast hour. Could do 3 sausage links count as a hot dog?
Well, so that's our other workaround. Like we might, because you got to eat them for breakfast. Could we work them at like eggs and hot dogs?
Yeah.
Or like we'll get creative in how we work it.
SpaghettiOs with hot dogs.
SpaghettiOs with hot dogs. It'll be close, man, but I can't say I have a ton of faith.
I have faith.
You got more faith than me, man.
Especially with this midnight thing.
The midnight thing is huge.
I think you could put in you guys between you could knock out a couple dozen before you go to bed.
If we stay up that late, we definitely could. It really just depends on. We have to lock in. I mean, we probably may have to stay up till 4 or 5 just to.
It's 10 hot dogs an hour. You guys, over the course of a day, you guys got to stay up in shifts.
Yes. Well, that's what we're calling it. We're calling it the graveyard shift.
Yeah,
we have to put in work during the graveyard shift.
Man, I'm looking. I don't know if I have time to tell my story now, but that is.
We'll work it. We still have a full hour. We gotta get to Ben, but we will work it in.
Yeah, I have a very interesting story to tell. Maybe tell it next hour. But coming up next, Orioles and the Reds start a 3-game series tomorrow. Obviously, you can watch those games on MASN. Ben McDonald, part of the MASN broadcast, joins us next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help UT Sports with Westwood One Sports. Jake Zarowski's been an absolute machine for the last 2 months. He's back on the mound tonight against the Reds, who strike out at a greater rate than any other team in baseball, averaging 9.5 Ks and less than half an earned run per game over his last 10 starts. There are multiple ways to play the Miz against Cincy tonight. Over 9.5 Ks is plus money, as is Brewers on the run line, and under 1.5 earned runs from Zarowski is juiced, but a great number given how well he's been throwing. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Need a new water heater? Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline. We'll give you $200 off a new water heater with same-day installation guaranteed. And if you find a better price, we'll match it.
You need a hand, I can assure you this, I can help.
Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline at 888-243-2120. Call before 4 p.m. or Sunday before 1 p.m. for same-day installation guaranteed. 89794.
I can help.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And now save up to $1,000 on a Tempur-Pedic split king system, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2 up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-Up Early Payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
The U.S. plays on home soil with a squad full of big stars and a new generation of attacking talent. Their youthful, high-pressing style and a gifted forward who thrives in big moments make them a genuine threat to advanced teams.
This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Ryan Helsley warmed up to enter yesterday's game, but was shut down after experiencing right elbow discomfort. Helsley was on the IL earlier this season due to elbow issues. Manager Craig Albernaz is worried about his closer's health.
My level of concern with something like that is always high. It's almost like you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Hopefully everything comes out and he's fine, but like I said, we'll kind of see where this leads to more information. Hopefully it was kind of just precautionary.
The O's are off today before heading to Cincinnati to open up a 3-game series tomorrow night. Baltimore is 40-48 and sits 4.5 games out of the final wild card spot. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 100s with an overnight low of 79. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 104. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Pete Cycle. Get out and enjoy the outdoors with Pete Cycle Company this summer. Save up to $2,500 now on select models and financing rates as low as 3.99% now through July 4th. So get on out to one of the 2 Pete Cycle showrooms, Bel Air Road in Baltimore or Ritchie Highway in Severna Park, or online anytime at PeteCycle.com. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalese, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles Orioles and Reds start a 3-game series tomorrow. Let's talk some Orioles now with our friend Ben McDonald from Masson, who joins us now. And Ben, thank you as always for your time, man. We appreciate it. I know you had just gotten back from the College World Series. I married into a family with a couple cousins who went to Oklahoma, so they're all fired up about Oklahoma winning the College World Series. Now, I'll admit, I start focusing on it when it gets close to the end, but an unranked team winning the College World Series, is that rare, like what happened this year?
Yeah, it is pretty rare, and always good to be with you. Yeah, the Southeastern Conference has dominated in recent years, and everybody knows this was the 7th consecutive title, and 8 out of 9 for the Southeastern Conference, and nobody thought it was going to be Oklahoma out of the Southeastern Conference, especially after they finished 11th out of 16 teams in the SEC during the regular season. But you know how baseball is. You know, it's one of those crazy sports where a team can really get hot. And I told somebody this the other day, and that's why I have not given up on the Orioles and not going to. I just saw what happened to Oklahoma. I had Oklahoma early in the year, like in early March, and they were a dreadful team. I mean, a team that you thought wasn't even going to make the playoffs, much less make it to Omaha, much less win the College World Series. And yet they did all those things, even finishing 11th in the Southeastern Conference, 11th overall. So, you know, I still believe in the Orioles. But, yeah, it was very rare what happened, but it does happen. And it's just a testament to the great game of baseball and what can happen when a team gets hot at the right time.
Well, Ben, now that the College Baseball World Series is over, we're going to be seeing you a lot on Masson, and you rejoined Kevin Brown on Monday. But yesterday, Dean Kramer rejoined the Orioles, and Kramer 6 innings, 1 earned run. And Ben, I know that Dean can sometimes get some flack from this fan base, but I always say he's a really good number 4 and 5. And you know, at the end of the season, his ERA is going to be around 4. He's going to eat a lot of innings. How valuable is Kramer to this starting rotation?
I think he's so valuable. I mean, Trey Gibson, and I like Trey Gibson. I think Trey Gibson's got a future as a starting pitcher at the big league level, but he's just not ready yet. He just doesn't throw enough strikes yet, and then he can flash it from time to time. But if you're going to make a run at this thing, you need some guys in there that have that veteran experience, and certainly Kramer has that right now. You know, and he's if you go back and look in 23, 24, and other years, Kramer's pitched some really big games for the Orioles, and he is very comfortable in who he is now and what he does. There was a time when Dean first got to the Orioles, he like a lot of young pitchers, he had some growing to do and try to figure out who he was. And he finally knows who he is. And he's a guy that goes out and competes, and he wants to throw a lot of innings every year. He likes to be on the mound. He can give you length from time to time, and he can surprise you. And, everybody calls him a 4 and a 5, and that's probably what he is. But I tell you what, at times he flashes a lot better than that. And I just like his experience and his confidence, and I think he's going to be a huge boost for the Orioles. Anytime you go out against a really good offense, I mean, look, the White Sox, we saw what they did. I think they scored, 17 runs in the first 2 games. And they're pretty explosive, man. Second best as far as hitting home runs in baseball. And Dino just went out and shut them down. And it was a weird start. Y'all probably saw it, but Antonacci, the leadoff guy, hit the second pitch for a home run over the fence. And everybody goes, oh, my gosh, here we go again. And all he did was grab another gear, retired, I think it was 11 in a row after that, and had a really good outing. So good to see Dean back.
We're talking with Ben McDonald, Inside Access here on the Fan. Ben, it's not the rotation we thought it was going to be. Obviously, Zach Eflin lasted 1 start, and Chris Bassett's been out for a little bit, and we don't know when he's coming back. But the way Boz pitched the other day, the way Kramer pitched yesterday, Kyle Bradish, for the most part, has been really good of late. Trevor Rogers looks a little like the Trevor Rogers last year. Is it possible this rotation's becoming the strength of this team?
I think so. I mean, look, it'd be hard to argue that. If you look at the last month, a little over a month, I mean, the rotation for the Orioles in the last month has been top 5 in baseball. So you got to be pretty pleased where that rotation is right now. And I think you're exactly right. I think Trevor Rogers is being Trevor Rogers again from what I've been seeing, and Kyle Bradish looks really good. Brandon Young, I don't think we thought he'd have this kind of success, but he is, and it's a wonderful surprise. So those 5 guys in there is going to give you a real shot, I think. Obviously, the defense, and we've been talking about the defense for a while, it needs to get cleaned up still. I thought it was a wonderful day yesterday. I thought there were 3 or 4 really outstanding plays, no errors on the scoreboard yesterday. That's got to continue to be strong like it was yesterday, and I don't know what's going to happen with the bullpen. It hurts to see what happened to Ryan Helsley yesterday. We don't have any word yet on how bad it is or what's going on, but I know that it didn't look good from, when anytime a reliever gets up and he calls down, he can't go, and then all of a sudden you see him on TV and he's holding his elbow. That's never a good sign. So we'll have to see what's going to happen. But honestly, all phases of the game continue to have to get better for the Orioles. We know that, but I still think there's a chance for this team, so I'm going to continue to be an Oriole fan for sure.
Ben, we continue to wonder what this second half of the season is going to look like for Kyle Bradish, because Bradish is on pace to throw a career high in innings. We know that this is his first full year coming off Tommy John. What could an innings restriction look like with him? I know there's a lot of days off in July. How do you expect them to handle Kyle Bradish down the stretch?
That's a great question. I think we all had concerns with Bradish and also with Trevor Rogers. Don't forget, Trevor Rogers has never thrown more than 133 innings at the big league level. Kyle Bradish coming off of injury, we know that. And so there was some concern with both of those guys, especially Bradish going into the season. How would they navigate that down the stretch? And, because typically when you come back from Tommy John and you don't throw a lot of innings, you want to keep those numbers down a little bit. And so I think a 6-man rotation could very well be in the future for the Orioles. I don't think, obviously, you don't need it right now. You don't need it at the All-Star break because you got some off days. You got one today, and then you got one coming up in a few days from now after this series against the Reds starting tomorrow. So you don't need it anytime soon, but I could see a scenario down the road where you get that stretch of 14 or 15, 16 games in a row that you go to a 6-man rotation for a little bit to try to ease the load off of Kyle Bradish a little bit, because he has been racking up a lot of innings, and it is definitely a concern. Now, Shane Baz did it last year. Remember, Shane Baz took that big jump last year because, in 22, 23, and 24, if I remember correctly, Shane Baz only had about, 20 starts in those 3 years because of elbow issues and Tommy John surgery. He jumped all the way up to 166 innings last year. It's not ideal, but I think it can be done for Bradish. But obviously, if the Orioles are not in it, guys, and they run out of steam and there's no chance, it makes the decision a lot easier what to do with Kyle Bradish. But if there's a chance of getting in the playoffs, you got to keep running him out there, but you just got to figure out how to get creative. Do you cut the pitches back a little bit, or do you skip him in the rotation every now and then? That's going to be a tough decision to make for sure.
Ben, Gunnar Henderson in the leadoff spot in the series against the White Sox, they started to look better at the plate. Or you say, obviously, you're being optimistic about the Orioles. I would assume then you're optimistic that Gunnar's going to get going, because we every week if we feel like Bone and I were like, this is the week he gets going. Oh, he's a great hitter in June historically, and that hasn't happened yet. But you expect him to start to get going soon?
Yes, I do. I think Craig Albertaz, in my opinion, I know, look, a lot of people in Birdland wanted Gunnar Henderson dropped down in the lineup, and I totally disagree with that. I mean, first of all, who are you going to put there, and what good is that going to do? Second of all, let's be honest, if the Orioles are going to make the playoffs, it's because Gunnar Henderson hit about 270 the rest of the way of the year, and he did what Gunnar Henderson's capable of doing and what he's splashed and what he's done in the past. That's the way the Orioles will get to the postseason through Gunnar Henderson, and he knows that. Gunnar knows that. And so not only did he not drop him down, he moved him up. He moved him up in the lineup. And so I think that's just a boost of confidence from the manager to the franchise player of, hey, we believe in you. We're not dropping you down. We're going to continue to believe, and we want you to get going, and we hope you get going. So I like what I've seen. I think, to me, in the last 3 games since getting moved up, I think the swing has gotten shorter. And that was my thing. And I told somebody this early in the year with Gunnar. Gunnar, you guys remember, he had 6 home runs by April the 14th this year. Like, he got out of the gate quickly. And sometimes when you're a little bit younger, or even when you're a guy that's been around a little bit, you start to think, okay, that's what I'm going to do this year. I'm going to hit 60 of them this year. Well, Gunnar got in pull mode, and pull mode is never a good thing at the big league level. And because guys can figure out how to pitch you, and Gunnar's been, you can look at the numbers, he's pulling the ball more this year than he ever has. I don't think that's a good thing, because Gunnar has a gift like Pete Alonso has a gift, like Colton Cowser has a gift. They can leave at any part of the ballpark. He can leave the left field, he can leave straightaway center field, or he can hit a home run on the pull side. And I think Gunnar just got out in front a lot. If you'll go back and look at the base hits the last 3 games, they were up the middle and to the backside of the field. I like that where Gunnar is. You pitch him away, he hits it away. And when he had this great year and a half, and when he's been really good at the plate, he's hit the ball hard the other way when they pitched him the other way. And so I see him starting to get back in that mode. The home runs will continue to come. They're going to pitch him in every now and then or get that breaking ball a little bit down and in where he likes it. He's going to hit it out of the ballpark occasionally too. So if this team's going to make the playoffs, it's going to be because Gunnar Henderson got going. And I thought the plays on defense, especially yesterday, were outstanding. The day before, he had a good play, too. And so, you're supposed to separate your offense from your defense, but let's be honest, guys. These guys are human. And when they're really scuffling at the plate, sometimes they take their offense out to the field with them, too. And I think Gunnar has done that because, for me, he had a phenomenal year on defense last year, a really good year. And he's made a few errors this year, which is not like him to make the errors that he has. But I really think if the offensive side of the ball starts coming around for him, you'll see that defense pick up, and we saw that the last 3 games.
Ben, I think a question that we've been asking for a while now is what is this team's identity? What can they really hang their hat on? And coming into the year, we all thought this offense was going to be one of the best lineups in all of baseball. Yeah. And it's not that the lineup's been bad, Ben. It's just they haven't reached expectations. It's an above-average offense, and obviously Gunnar Henderson plays a big role in that, and I'm with you 100%. If they get back to playing October baseball, Gunnar Henderson's going to have a huge second half, but it's the offense as a whole, Ben. Where are you on the lineup as a whole?
It's the one thing that I said a month or so ago, and I still believe it to be even more than that long ago. I think it's just about consistency because we see this team pitch it really well at times. We see the bullpen be really good at times. We see the defense be really good like it was yesterday at times. And we see the offense be really good at times. But then most of the time, there's some inconsistencies in there. And what I said on the post-game show a little over a month ago, I think it's still true today in some ways is this team is still searching for its identity. It's searching for its consistency on how it's going to win ball games and being able to do all three phases of the game well in one game. They did that yesterday. I thought it was one of the most complete games. They hit 2 home runs. They hit with runners in scoring position. They got good starting pitching. They got good relief pitching. They got good offense. All the things, the defense was good yesterday. All those things clicked. So what I'm saying is, it's in the tank. They're capable of doing that. We have seen that. The question is, can they be consistent enough to be able to stretch a good week together, 2 good weeks together? Because being where they are in the wild card, guys, I'm telling you, it's one good week and you're right there. And it's a back-to-back good weeks and you're there. That's what they can do because they're only, 4.5 out of the wild card right now. So I think it's about everybody trying to be a little bit more consistent. I still want to see them hit a little bit better with runners in scoring position because I'm like you guys. I mean, look, we as Oriole fans weren't the only ones saying back there in the offseason when you got Taylor Ward and you added Pete Alonso that, hey, this is going to be a really good offense. And, I mean, everybody, I remember MLB Network, I remember everybody saying this could be the number 1 offense in baseball. Yep. Well, it hasn't been. It's just been a little bit off. I think they're, middle of the pack. I thought we were going to see a few more home runs. We're kind of middle of the pack in home runs. But truth is, Gunnar got off to a rough start. Colton Cowser got off to a rough start. Pete Alonso got off to a rough start and then really got it going. So they just have not met expectations yet. But the good news is with a strong second half and a run, and nobody's going to remember the first half of the season. All they'll remember is the second half of the season. So for me, the one word, the big word, it still is the word for me, consistency. Can you be consistent?
Ben McDonald, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. Take care.
There he is, the great Big Ben McDonald. By the way, I always love talking Orioles with him. And Orioles coverage on 105.7 The Fans presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. We'll come back, and Ben alluded to it, the Ryan Helsley situation. What are the Orioles going to do at closer in the meantime? That's next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. youhavealawyer.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
This summer, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. You can visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all of your favorites from the original Costas Inn. And when you swing by there, make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Better sleep is worth celebrating. The 4th of July mattress sale is on now at Raymore Flanagan. Save up to $600 on Beauty Rest Black and $500 on Tempur-Pedic Breeze. With select purchases, choose a free $300 gift card or $200 MasterCard reward card. Plus, combine select mattress sale pricing with special financing for 72 months and enjoy free next day mattress delivery on purchases of $500 or more. Don't miss 4th of July mattress deals at Raymore Flanagan, now open in White Marsh.
Did you know vaping is not just harmless water vapor? E-cigarettes can contain nicotine and other chemicals that may harm your lungs, heart, and overall health. Tobacco use remains a leading cause of preventable disease and death. The Harford County Health Department is committed to helping our community live tobacco-free through education, prevention, and support. If you're ready to quit smoking or vaping, help is available. Call the Maryland Quit line at 1-800-QUIT-NOW or text READY to 21586 to get started. A healthier future starts today. Sponsored by the Harford County Health Department.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your match day essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning your next home upgrade, Town Appliance's 4th of July shopping event is the perfect reason to do so. Elevate your kitchen with the premium quality and ultra-quiet performance of Bosch. Whether you need a new refrigerator, range, dishwasher, or an AC unit to stay cool, they have it all with flexible financing. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you at their Owings Mills showroom off Reisterstown Road. Tell them Vinny sent you. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today for their 4th of July shopping event going on now.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Inner loop of the Beltway slows through Towson between 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, and Dulaney Valley Road. And on the outer loop of the Beltway at 795, the Northwest Expressway, disabled vehicles been cleared. All lanes are open. Still some heavy volume there. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and a medical emergency just before Russell Street off to the shoulder. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Bullpen phone rang with Duran Blazes at bat, I believe, with one out. He just called down and said felt some elbow discomfort, so he's getting looked at right now and evaluated, so we'll have more information in the next couple days, but we'll see. My level of concern with something like that is always high. It's almost like you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. You know, hopefully everything comes out and he's fine, but, you know, you're always concerned when bullpen calls down and says, hey, you can't go. But like you said, we'll kind of see where this leads to more information. Hopefully it was kind of just precautionary.
Precautionary, yes, but we had Ryan Ripken on the show yesterday, and Ryan, who's mostly an optimist, basically thinks this is very ominous. He had elbow problems earlier this year, and you know where elbow problems lead. I'm not confident we see him again this year.
You just heard Craig Albertaz. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Yeah. You just heard from the manager say that. I think that's very, very telling. And it's a huge blow because he hasn't even been back all that long, Ken. He had a whopping 5 appearances following his return off the IL, which spanned over a month. It was
almost 2 months.
Yeah, a month and a half in terms of the elbow injury the first time. And when you look at this team as a whole on the season, Ryan Helsley has 8 saves, Rico Garcia has 4, Anthony Nunez 3, Yennier Cano, Andrew Kittredge, and Albert Suarez each have 1. So Garcia, you don't want closing out games right now. Nunez is not even here. And then you look at Cano and Kittredge, and Cano, he's never been a 9th inning guy. He's got a career ERA over 5 in the 9th inning. Kittredge, he has 22 saves to his name, so it's not like he has a ton of experience closing out games. I think this
might
is
be the most experience they got.
Well, yeah, totally. I think it's going to be a closer by committee for the foreseeable future.
Might see some Wolfie.
If
they got lefties.
Hey, Wells closed games in 2021.
He did.
He looked great yesterday.
He did. It's weird with him. Sometimes he looks great, and then there's like no middle ground. He's either great or awful.
Yeah. But on the whole, he's had a good season.
Yeah,
ERA in the mid-3s and eats multiple innings, and I've been pretty pleased with him.
One of the things they got right was putting him in the bullpen. Like that's where he
long
belongs.
Overdue.
Yeah, that's where he belongs.
Overdue.
By the way, Bone, the Reds have updated their probables for this weekend. So it's Brady Singer tomorrow, 3-7 with a 5.12. Hunter Green Saturday, he's making his season debut, and then Nick Lodolo on Sunday, 2-2 with a 5.05. So you got a guy making his debut and 2 guys with an ERA over 5. So that means they're going to get no hit at least.
Well, there were no hit through the first 4 innings of yesterday's game, Ken.
Yeah,
so.
They do make bad pitchers look good.
This Reds team, they're scuffling. They won today, but they've still lost 7 of their last 10 games heading into this one. And a lot of their top players like Ellie really struggling coming in. Eugenio Suarez, bringing him back after, multiple years away from Cincinnati because he spent the bulk of his career there. He has no power compared to last year when he hit 49 home runs. But hey, they're looking at the Orioles the same way. Oh, what's happened with Gunnar Henderson and this offense you thought was going to be so good, but it isn't. And, the bullpen, they don't have their closer, Helsley. Who the heck's going to be closing games for the Orioles? It goes both ways.
Orioles and Reds start a 3-game series tomorrow. By the way, we're not on, but there is BBT tomorrow. What's that? So a 7 o'clock first pitch is Friday?
6 o'clock BBT.
So 6 o'clock BBT. It's Steve Molesky, Ryan Ripken right here on The Fan. But coming up next, let's get some Ravens in here, Bone, shall we? We've been documenting a lot of stuff as far as what we think is going to happen in certain areas. We did sacks. We did catches. But next, who's going to lead this team in interceptions? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
The Salute to Savings event is happening now at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home one of 4 incredible Kia models priced under $30,000. No matter your credit situation, we are here to help. Start shopping today at BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tonight, clear low around 86. Tomorrow, high near 101.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Vehicle fire just before the Beltway, and then there's an accident past Washington Boulevard on the left side. 295 northbound heavy from 895 to 95 in Russell Street. There's an accident at Waterview Avenue being cleared. 895 northbound heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Outer loop of the Beltway is heavy from 795 to Liberty Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Dean Kramer had a successful return from the 60-day IL yesterday against the White Sox. Kramer held Chicago to one earned run with 4 strikeouts over 6 innings. Manager Craig Albernaz believes Kramer's return is a big development for his starting rotation.
Dean's pedigree, his track record, like he's battle tested, and to have that presence, knowing that he can navigate the game and control his emotions, slow heartbeat, and that's what we valued and what we missed.
It's an off day for the Birds as they will be back in action in a 3-game series against the Reds beginning tomorrow night. The O's went 2-4 during their homestand and own a 40-48 record. Alex Ovechkin has signed a 1-year, $4.25 million contract to return to the Capitals. It will mark Ovechkin's 22nd season in D.C. Ovi passed Wayne Gretzky last year for the most regular season goals in NHL history. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 100s with an overnight low of 79. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 104. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace, Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We are less than 4 weeks away from the start of training camp, and last year was not a good year for the defense. We have documented that. Marlon Humphrey led the team in picks with 4. But who will lead the team in interceptions this season?
Well, even more damning, they had 2 other players with multiple interceptions. Nate Wiggins had 3. Malachi Starks had 2. That's it. They had 3 guys with multiple interceptions, so that can't happen again in 2026. I think it's going to be Marlon again. As crazy as that is to say, he's led him in interceptions in back-to-back years now because he had 6 in 2024
All-Pro
and
year.
then 4 last year. That was his best year of his career for my money. But Marlon, even in what was a bad year for him in 25, he was still opportunistic and, had a lot of plays in which I think multiple of his interceptions were off tip balls.
Yeah.
Like, he's never been a ball hawk up until these past couple of years, and now I'm kind of buying into it. I think he'll get, 4 to 6 interceptions again. But, you look at the rest of the bunch, like Wiggins and Starks, and even throw in Jalen Hawkins, who, of course, wasn't here last year, but he had 4 interceptions for the Patriots last year. I think Malachi Starks would be my number 2, but I think Marlon has a good shot again.
You want a hot take, Bone?
Please.
I think that Nate Wiggins has more picks than Marlon Humphrey, but does not lead the team in interceptions. Okay. I think Malachi Starks leads the team in interceptions. I think Malachi Starks came into the league with a reputation as a ball hawk, and it took him most of the season to get his feet wet. I also think the coaching kind of let him down. I feel like now with Jalen Hawkins here and real coaching here, I think Malachi Starks is going to be doing what he does best, and part of that is being a ball hawk. I think Malachi Starks leads his team in interceptions.
It sort of sounds like Malachi Starks, and this is the case for a lot of rookies, his head was really spinning last year. And he recently did an interview, it might have been with The Lounge, I can't remember, but
they do good stuff.
He was talking about how much more comfortable he is. I think it was actually Jeff Zrebeck.
Yeah.
How much more
it was Jeff.
comfortable he is entering year 2. And it just sounds like things were really sped up for him last year, like a lot of rookies. But I think he's going to take a big, big leap in year 2 because he just didn't get his hands on the football all that much, Ken. He had the interceptions back-to-back weeks, but I want to say 4 passes defense.
There were a couple that he probably could have had. I remember a diving one over the middle that he could have. Like, I think he's an opportunistic kind of guy as far as when the ball's in the air, and I think he's going to be in the right position more often than he was a year ago.
I think so too, and I also think Jesse Minter, Mike Mickens coming in at a great time, not just for Malachi Starks, but for this entire secondary, because Marlon's 30, but the rest of this secondary is very, very young. Him and Awuzie being the old heads, if you will. But Nate Wiggins entering year 3, still a very young football player. Even Kyle Hamilton is still a very young football player, 25 years old, 24 years old. I think they've invested, in my opinion, way too much in recent years in their secondary in terms of money, in terms of draft capital, and they have not gotten the return on it. And they need to unearth the potential in that back end of the defense this year.
So let me give you a deep cut, Bone. If you watch the Jesse Minter defenses with the Chargers, he likes big corners. At least those were the guys that shined in L.A. There's one guy that really fits that bill here, and that's TJ Tampa. And I'm not telling you TJ Tampa's going to lead the team in picks, but could TJ Tampa start to flash in Jesse Minter's defense?
I think TJ Tampa is going to get some run because you look at the top 3 corners, Chidobe Awuzie, Marlon Humphrey, Nate Wiggins, but I know you use obviously a lot of 3 cornerback sets defense. That's pretty much your base defense at this point. But you use a lot of 4 corners, dime defense as well. And look, Marlon's dealt with injuries. Nate Wiggins has dealt with injuries. Chidobe Awuzie throughout his career has dealt with injuries. So he's one of those guys going down away from having a significant role on this defense. This is kind of make or break year for me for TJ Tampa. Like it's put up or shut up time. I always say, like, for draft classes, like 3 years is a good barometer in terms of then you can start to grade them, and people like to grade them immediately after the weekend, which is silly. But
it's fun.
I think Tampa. It's now. I don't want to say now or never, but sort of like you got to do something this year, man.
Yeah, if he's looking to get a second contract, he better start playing football. Otherwise, you're signing 1-year deals, and you might be out of the league in a couple years.
Yeah, but Jesse Minter, the defenses that he coached in LA, it was a lot of unheralded guys. Like, it wasn't a lot of household names. They did not allocate a lot of their salary cap to their defensive side of the football, where this Ravens team, they've allocated the second most cap dollars in football to this defense. So this defense has to be really good.
We are less than 4 weeks away from the start of training camp, Bone. We'll come back at the text of the day. Get you ready for the weekend. If we have time, I might tell a story.
Oh, you got to tell your story. Time.
And get you ready for the fresh take coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
After Inside Access, it's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel's changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Brought to you by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. I'll never understand Laker fans celebrating LeBron James leaving. Before LeBron, the Lakers missed the playoffs 5 straight seasons. Do you know how hard it is to not be one of the top 8 teams in a conference 5 years in a row? Took you to 2 conference finals, won a championship. I don't get you, Laker fan. I'm Mike Wickett.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com. Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal surely wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Then past the tunnel, there's a vehicle fire just before the Beltway in Rosedale. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from before I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. And on the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy from 795 to Liberty Road where there's an accident clearing. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Ken Wyman, Tim Barbalace. Inside Access. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Almost heaven.
Official song of the U.S. men's national soccer team who beat Belgium. They beat Bosnia last night. They played Belgium on Monday. 2-0 win for U.S. I did watch the whole match, so
look at you.
Proud of myself.
You ate all your vegetables.
Watched the whole game. Yeah, looking forward. I'll watch on Monday as well. I'm still a soccer novice, still confused about the red card. I think that everybody seems to be confused about the red card. But before we get out of here, so I want to tell a story, and this really happened, and it's a story of, I think at the end of the day, rather be lucky than good. Good fortune. Yesterday, Margie's daughter Avery was down in Ocean City, and the person that was bringing her back could only come halfway. So Margie's like, you know what, I'll take Colin down overnight, and then we'll come back the next day. And so I'm sitting there just doing stuff in the kitchen. And at some point she said, can I see the keys to your car? And I said, sure, that's fine. And I forgot about it. Now, right before she's about to leave, she said, did I give you your car keys back? And I said, no. And so then I hear her start to look, and she can't find the keys. And she's looking everywhere, and then no keys. And so then we both start looking in both cars, and there's no keys. And she's got to get going to go down to the ocean to pick up Avery. And so eventually she says, you're going to have to Uber down to, we were doing the show at the Cross Street Market, because I got to take the car to, and I'm like, wait a second, I can't do that because I have Barclay's daycare. I have to pick up Barclay. So she's like, well, then I'm going to need to rent a car. Can you take me to the airport to rent a car? I said, we don't need to go to the airport to rent a car. The people like get in car accidents, they have to rent a car. There's one near us. So I drop her off somewhere in Reisterstown Road near us to pick up a rental car. And I come home, and I'm seeing a little red, I got to admit, because I can't find.
You're running hot?
Yeah, I'm running a little hot. And so I'm like, I need something to occupy my time. And I Barclay,
cool off a little bit.
Yeah. So Barclay's food had been sitting, it came on Amazon, and so it's in the bag, box, whatever. So I'm like, you know what? I should put that away. It's sitting out. Let me put it away. Give me something just to do. And so I open the box, and there's like some papers in there. So I go to throw it away, and I open the trash can in the kitchen pantry, and I notice there's an umbrella in the trash can. And I'm like, and the trash can had just been changed like the day before, so the trash can's almost empty. And I'm like, what the heck's an umbrella doing in the trash can? I go, you know what? I need to look in this trash bag. And so I pull the trash bag, and thank God it wasn't full. But I pull the trash bag out, and there were actually 2 umbrellas in the trash can she threw away, so they were broken. And I pull a couple of things out.
That's a side question there.
Yeah.
She broke
2 broken umbrellas. I know. Like, what are we doing throwing away 2 umbrellas? Alas, that was not my focus at the moment.
I don't want to sidetrack.
But I then reach into the bag, and again, thankfully there was not much in this trash bag. But at the bottom of the trash bag, my car keys. And I started thinking, and I'm like, if I don't start putting this dog food away, and I just come home and do my thing and just get ready for work and head out on the cross street market, whatever, and then I come home and forget about it.
Keys are in the dump.
Yeah, and then start throwing more stuff in that trash bag, and then a couple days later, throwing that trash bag in the big trash can outside, and on Friday putting it out, or like tomorrow putting it out to be thrown away. My keys are gone forever. But somehow good fortune smiled upon me, Bone, and I found my car keys.
Isn't marriage life awesome? Right after your first anniversary. How about that?
Yeah, June 28th was our anniversary, and this was the Lord said, I'm going to test their love.
Till death do us part.
Yes, and nobody died. And so, this is one of those examples, truth being stranger than fiction, because what are the odds? And she said, well, I didn't have pockets, and I was throwing these umbrellas away, and they must have fallen when I threw the umbrella. I said, why don't you put so
you're going to be running hot again heading into this extended weekend.
No, I am a very happy person, happily married. I love Margie. Most of the time.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
Still love her.
Yeah.
But yes, that was a very fascinating discovery. I was very proud of myself because as soon as I saw, it was like those scenes in the movies. As soon as I saw that umbrella, I said, "You know what? Damn it! I'm guaranteeing you those car keys were in that trash bag."
What was the bigger surprise? The car keys being at the bottom, or the fact that there was a second umbrella underneath the first umbrella?
Well,
I'm still hung up on that because I didn't know that part. You told me it was just one umbrella.
I had no idea what she needed out of the car because she was taking the other car, and then she starts throwing umbrellas away. But as soon, Bowen, as I saw that umbrella, I said, I'm willing to bet my life those car keys are at the bottom of that bag, and damn it, they were.
They were. Crisis avoided.
The people want to know, do you feel confident about the 250 hot dogs on Saturday?
I'm not, but you are.
I am.
You are confident.
Because when you gave me the news that it starts at midnight, I think you and your gang of lunatics can knock out at least a couple dozen.
A lot of my family and people that missed the segment, we're doing this Saturday, midnight, when midnight hits tomorrow night, till 11:59 Saturday night. My cousin had the idea of eating 250 hot dogs in a day. And there's 25 of us in Cambridge. But you got to keep in mind that my grandparents are in their 80s. So it's not like everyone's eating 10 hot dogs. That's not how it's going to work. We're going to have to really carry a lot of this. Mm-hmm. Me, my cousins, my uncles especially, because I don't know how much my mom's eating, my aunts. Like my cousin came up with a list of 10 of the 25 where he's saying we got to eat 20 hot dogs.
If you knock it down to 220 before everybody else gets up, that tilts the playing field.
So that's the big thing, because my cousin said tomorrow night and at midnight, we're going to have quite a few adult beverages in us at that point, and that makes you hungry.
Yeah.
So if we get a big jump on it during the graveyard shift, like if we knock out 30,
I'm
40,
I'm texting you.
That might be good. All right. I'll
need
keep
to know.
You updated. I know I'm just going to be hating myself the entire 4th of July because that's a lot of dogs to be sitting in my belly at once, and I might have to purge myself at some point. I feel like I
Does
definitely
it still count, though?
I think everything. We're trying to eat 250 hot dogs. I think like it. And
Kobayashi never purged.
I brought up the idea because there's going to be 8 or 9 dogs. I brought up the idea if we're like in a pinch, we give each of the dogs one.
Yeah.
You know, I think.
They can knock out 10
That's
dogs.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That would be huge. That'd be huge.
Coming up next, Fresh Take, Cordell Woodland, Beltway Ben Hall. I heard a rumor Sunshine will be coming in at 7 o'clock. Jimmy Patsos talking some NBA free agency, the free agent and trade frenzy going on in the NBA. Offseason better than the regular season, Bone. Hey, everybody have a great 4th of July. I'll be back on Monday. Bone will be back on Wednesday. Fresh Take next here on The Fan.
Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Now, the Bay Bridge Spokesbirds.
Otis, that lady just called us Bay Bridge Spokesbirds, but we're also the Bay Bridge Experts.
Experts? We're the Spokesbirds, Spike.
We're also the experts, the Red Experts. It's simple. Don't drive in a lane with a red X. Only drive in lanes with a green arrow.
Can't argue with that.
Hatch your plan for smooth travel when crossing the bay at baybridge.com. Get traffic info and live cameras all in one spot.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Chase Mycroft goes top shelf, lines one. What a catch by Tyler O'Neill, who has tried to replenish his Gold Glove credentials in recent weeks. All right, we'll see if Tyler O'Neill can provide. Oh my goodness! Deep left field. We love Miguel Cairo. Give it up, baby. And Leody Taveras with a tank to left field. Taveras from the right side of the plate goes very deep to left, and the Orioles open up a 6-1 lead.
Dean's pedigree, his track record, like he's battle tested, and to have that presence, knowing that he can navigate the game and control his emotions, slow heartbeat, and if that's what we valued, what we missed. My level of concern, something like that, is always high. It's almost like you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. You know, hopefully everything comes out and he's fine, but you're always concerned when the bullpen calls out and says that you can't go. But like I said, we'll kind of see where this leads and more information. Hopefully it was kind of just precautionary.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We got Mike Pope on the ones and twos going until 8 o'clock on this Thursday, this hot Thursday evening. in Charm City. Temperatures reaching over 100 degrees today and tomorrow. So make sure you stay hydrated, stay cool out there. Headed into this 4th of July weekend. Got a nice 3-day weekend coming up. Orioles on the road, going to Cincinnati, taking on an inferior team. We'll see. I mean, optimism has kind of left me at this point.
They could be facing the Bad News Bears at the beginning of the movie, and you'd be like nothing is a gimme. We've talked about on the show time and time again. The fringe opponents are certainly not gimmies, which I would say the Reds, they're not very good, but like they're not terrible. They have pieces. This isn't the Reds without Ellie De La Cruz. He returned a week and a half ago, so you already know.
Won a day.
Yeah, you already know how that's going to go. Like, I'd like to see them win a series, but I'm not confident they're going to do so. They've lost 4 of their last 5 series. And who was the one win, Cordell? The Dodgers. Of all teams. The Dodgers are the one that you get the series win against.
But that's them.
Yes, it is.
That's who they are.
That's exactly who they are.
You know, they're the team that when you count them out and they're going up against these premier opponents, for the most part, you're thinking, all right, we're going to watch them get their brains bashed in. They go to L.A., take 2 of 3 from them, really should have swept them.
Yep.
And then they follow it up by going to Anaheim to play the Angels. I already called that one, though. They weren't catching me by surprise. I already knew they were coming back down to earth in that series. And really, since then, they have moonwalked in the standings. Since Elias talked on Saturday, yesterday was the first time they've won a game since Elias said that they were trying to go for it, that he wanted to be buyers at the deadline. Yeah, they win yesterday to avoid the sweep against the White Sox in a pretty good win. In fact, Dean Kramer comes back off the IL. He gives them 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk. I mean, Dean was phenomenal. He gave up the leadoff home run. After that, not much to talk about from Dean Kramer. The bullpen follows up with a clean sheet. We'll get to the bullpen in a second because now there's a new major concern in the bullpen, which has already been trending in the wrong direction. But Dean coming back, and he joins a rotation that has not been the problem, at least as of late. For the most part, the rotation hasn't been the problem. You had the poor start the other day from Trey Gibson. But other than that, I mean, Shane Baz the day before was really good. Seems like Gibson, why am I drawing a blank? Brandon Young, obviously, he's been really good. But it seems like these starters have kind of turned the corner here. And Dean joining that group, you feel really good about that. Bassett, we'll see. He's still working through things, trying to work his way back. But in Bradish's last start wasn't great. But for the most part, Bradish has been good here as of late. Rogers has been good here as of late. Dean is just always a guy that's going to give you some innings. You don't necessarily know what outing you're going to get from him, but for the most part, it's probably going to be closer to quality than not. He's kind of the boring guy of the group where he's kind of predictable, but this year predictable isn't bad for the Orioles when at least you expect production.
Yeah, I will take Dean any day of the week. And to be quite honest with you, you bring up the rotation and how it might shake out with Chris Bassett. It sounded like it was a minor procedure. I know we're going to get to that audio a little bit later. So we didn't get a timeline whatsoever. My guess is him saying minor procedure means he'll be back at some point. But to that point, when he comes back, all of these guys you got right now, unless Brandon Young falls off dramatically, you got to give him some leeway because he's given you way too much good for you to go away from him with 2 bad starts. So unless it's clear that the regression is out, because it's going to regress a little bit. I mean, the guy has been outstanding. He is, and that could be him. But like at some point, there's going to be some adjustments as we see with all young pitchers and young hitters as well. If it comes back this way, I don't know how Bassett slides in. He didn't give you anything really good. 1 or 2 outings, and one of them was with an opener. The good start was. So, like, with how they are right now and how things are going, like Bassett might take the Albert Suarez role when he's back. That's my thought.
That's what I'm thinking.
Idea. But you're paying $18 million for a dude to be the long. That can't happen.
The reality is they're unfortunately having to flush quite a bit of money right now. I mean, if Helsley, that just doesn't look good. You know,
and he's going to opt in.
Yeah, of course.
So he'll be here for half a season next year.
Of course. You know, and this is the problem because this is a team that doesn't spend money, but then when they do, it blows up in their face.
Hey, O'Neal had a great game yesterday.
Yesterday. Yeah, he did. That's why I put him in the highlight because it's not very often you're going to be able to get highlights out of Tyler O'Neal. Yesterday, you get the diving catch in right field that saves probably at least 2 runs right there. And then he hits the home run that Craig Albanese said opened up the offense for them yesterday, and it did. I mean, again, not very often that you're going to be able to talk about Tyler O'Neal helping them in the field and at the plate. But yesterday was the case that happened.
Coming into the season, I thought he was going to be more good than bad. I don't know about available, but I thought he had to bounce back because for all of his career, playing wasn't like the skill wasn't the issue. It was being available, staying healthy. With Baltimore, he just hasn't been a good baseball player. Like you last year, he wasn't available much, and he was bad. This year, he's been pretty available. The scary incident that he had, but he comes back from that, and it's really tough. Like in that instance, that stretch that he had that was awful. It's like he's being booed. You can see that it's taking a toll on him, and he just can't get out of it. I'm not saying he's back. I'm not saying it's amazing, but it's strides ahead of a few weeks back where we're saying you got to eat the money, get rid of him. Right now, he's one of the reliable right-handed bats. Like he walks a little bit. He swung it better. It's not great. It's not. I mean, there's no reason a guy like that shouldn't be smashing lefties after what he did in Boston and the reason you signed him. But Schultz holds a no-hitter going into the 5th, and he's been nasty. I know that was his first start back. He was on the 15-day IL with a knee injury. But he looked pretty damn good. And O'Neal, that wasn't a wall scraper. O'Neal smashed that baseball, watched it, pimped it a little bit, which is good to see because you want to see the guy playing with some confidence. So hopefully yesterday in general sparks him. If you're going to give us that defense, I mean, I'll take it any day of the week. But that did save 2 runs. And at that point, with how things have gone for this team, if those 2 runs score, I can't tell you what the outcome of this game. Right. I just can't. Like, if they go down 2 runs there, give up 2 runs there, they are in a horrendous spot. But you save the play, then you hit a home run, then the offense starts to build, and you get a good win. But we can't talk too much about the win because of what you've done before it. You have a 2-2 game heading into the 8th 2 nights ago. You lost by 6 runs. That can't. I mean, that just cannot happen. The game before, or that was 2 days before. The next game, you give up $1 million in the first 2 or 3 innings. You're away at that one. So you lose 2 games by 6 runs, and then you bounce back and get a win. I mean, you swept the White Sox earlier in the year. It's a completely different White Sox team. So somehow you still hold the season series over them. But look at their record and look at yours. The White Sox are like the Orioles in 23. The Orioles are like the White Sox towards Tim Anderson, end of Tim Anderson's career. And when at one point the future was promising and it looked so good. And now you're in a spot where the fans, the players, everybody's looking around saying what happened and what's next.
To the bullpen, and we've alluded to it a couple of times, but Ryan Helsley yesterday, he's warming up. All of a sudden, he's not able to go in. And you heard the audio in the open coming in. You know, this is a guy that just got back from an elbow problem, and now you hear that he's got elbow discomfort. I mean, I at this point, I'm shocked if we see him again this season. Right now, I mean, you heard Craig Albanese already saying that his concern level is high. Naturally, he said that. But of course it's going to be when you hear elbow with any pitcher, but now elbow again for Helsley after he just got back. And I don't even it's not like, you know, Garcia is lighting it up the way that he was to start the year. I don't know who they're going to have as a closer. And the reality is, I don't know how many save opportunities this team is even going to have in general, so it may work itself out. But for now, I don't even know who the prime candidate would be to be your interim closer. Maybe they go committee. They may not have a choice, but this is not what you want to see when you already have a bullpen that's been struggling.
No, I'd bet it's committee. I'm somewhat of belief that Andrew Kittredge will be better. He has to. And I've seen it way too. This isn't one of the young guys who we saw 1 year and haven't seen it 5. Like Kittredge has been around the league for a while and has been fine. Still not great. I don't love him as the closer. You like him as 7th, 8th inning guy when he's at his best, but you're going to need him. I think Yennier Cano will get opportunities, but we've kind of been down that rabbit hole a little bit. Tyler Wells, he's giving you like long relief, and it's been pretty good. So why? And you know the arm history he has and those things. So do you really want to change that a ton? All right, Wells, well, you're not going to go 2 to 3 anymore. It's going to be 1. The velocity will be up a little bit, but who knows how the arm reacts to that. So I do think that it'll be by committee, and it'll be a number of different guys. Wells might come in the 7th. Hey, you got 7th, 8th, and 9th. Like that might be how it goes. But to your point, you say, I don't know how many opportunities they're going to get. Everything at this station really has to be over the past week. It's like, do they have a shot? Are they still in? That's the conversation that has to be going on with the standings, with how things are going right now. If you believe that they have a shot, you're going to need to win a lot of one-run games. They've struggled with all year. They're under 500 big time in one-run games. You're going to need to have a guy that can get you 4 crucial outs. Helsley, we haven't seen that much from him because they haven't used him for 2 innings, whatever. Later in the year, though, if they do go on a run, again, we could talk about percentages. There's not a good chance of that. But if it were to happen, you're not going to have Helsley anymore. And a lot of people look at the Mets Helsley and it was bad. Go back to what he did with the Cardinals. 2024 was the reliever of the year in the NL, was damn good. And he was damn good for his St. Louis career. The Mets pitching there, it got to him a little bit. We know how tough things are sometimes for people when they go to New York. But he looked fine for the most part. The West Coast trip, he was just getting back, trying to figure it out. That was unfortunate. But he's looked fine back at home. He's throwing the ball fast. And again, talking about the injury, a flamethrower, we know how that goes. So with no Ryan Helsley, I already didn't think there was much of a chance they were able to go back on a run. But the fact that we're talking about a bullpen that has been bottom 10 in the MLB over the past month and a half to 2 months, it was really, really fun in April. That's come down to earth. And I know their April bullpen was inflated. Weston Wilson had like 3 appearances. So they were reliable. You had Rico Garcia, who was coming in and getting you 4 outs like I was just talking about before and doing really good things. Without Helsley, unless they make a trade, and I know reliever arms are available always. It's a really big pond. There's a lot of fish in the pond. But true closers, you have to pay a price for. And I don't know that they're a closer away. They're certainly not a closer away from fixing their issues.
For what it's worth, Mike Elias didn't close the door on seeing Batista at some point this year. Also didn't sound the most optimistic. I don't think he really wanted to give any hope to that. But I do think closer, the back end of this bullpen in general is probably going to be a problem for them going forward. And now you got to hope that your starters, the starting rotation stays hot and is able to consistently give you some real length, because there's not a lot of guys coming out of the pen that you can trust these days. Coming up next on the program, we'll get it started like we always do. It's the Bird Call, 410-583-1057. Orioles off today, but you want to talk Birds, we can do that. They're going out to take on the Reds this weekend. Struggling Reds team. Another opportunity for the Orioles, but they're struggling themselves. So we'll see which one of these bad teams come out looking the worst this weekend. You want to talk some Ravens, we can do that. We're a few weeks away from training camp. We'll talk some Ravens later on in the show, try to figure out if maybe there's somebody or a position that the Ravens will look to add before the start of training camp. A ton of NBA news going on today. We'll talk about that later as well. Jimmy Patsos, will get him on the line at 7 o'clock. But we're talking to you, the people, next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
You say you never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it, and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest Costas Inn location at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the 2nd floor of the grandstand, and now's the time to check it out. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system holding 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Football training camp is here. Make Green Valley Marketplace your grilling headquarters for every backyard kickoff. Our expert on-site butchers have the premium steaks, burgers, and ribs you crave. Enjoy our kitchen-fresh store-made deli salads, fried chicken, party subs, and famous steamed crabs. Visit our award-winning scratch-baked desserts from Lauer's Bakery. And now save even more with Valley Values. That's reduced everyday pricing on thousands of your favorite products. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal, Shirley wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cash back bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Cordell and Ben on Fresh Take.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. It is the Bird Call. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. Coming up next on the program, we'll look at the Orioles with the trade deadline right around the corner. We'll figure out if this team will be buyers or sellers. Mike Elias said he wants to be buyers. He wants to go for it. And I think it's such a weird situation to be in for him to try to sell when selling would, to me, really kind of let you know that he's on the way out. Like, how is he not at that point? I just don't know. And that's not me wishing it on him.
Right.
But that's just critical thinking. Like,
it's honesty. You can't look because if he is to sell, they're out of it, they're done, whatever, then you couldn't look at the past 2 years and say, you couldn't look at the run and say that is successful whatsoever.
Right.
Yes, they won 100-plus games in 23. It was fun. 22 was where we really saw it. And 24 was a great start, and he fell off down the stretch. But they all resulted in no playoff wins. And now, this year, and I know we're going to get to it throughout the show, to not be competitive this year, to be looking out yesterday and say you're 5 games out of it. As bad as the AL is, and I know we're going to get to it when we talk trade deadline, there's a lot of people who are going to be buying at the deadline, and you being 6 teams back of just the final wild card spot, but saying, well, we are 3 games back.
Mm-hmm.
So what tells you that maybe the bats heat up a little bit? What tells you that what we've seen so far this season, this team is capable? This team is capable of going on
right.
First off, 4 game. We already know that.
Right.
But going on a stretch where you win 8 of 10, where you take 10 of 12, and we talked about Helsley before. Now you're going to do it without your closer who you spent good money on? I can't buy that.
Deadline aside, I'm going to be honest. And this is like just as honest as I can be. For the rest of this month and August into September, like, if you're listening to me, don't look for me to be optimistic. They have beaten the optimism out of me, honestly. Coming into the season, I was. Yeah. Even the first 2 months, I was still holding out hope. Like, like you said, the AL nobody has separated themselves. They still have the talent. I think they can put together a solid week to 2 weeks to really change the conversation about their season. As we sit here today, I have no hope. I literally no hope right now. Almost no hope to no hope is where I'm at with this team. I'm watching them with the expectation that they're going to lose. And even when they're up, it's like, well, how are they going to find a way to blow this one? It's when they get down early, it's, well, might as well turn this one off. It's been a while since we've seen some of those late inning comebacks. And I don't think they're out there not trying. I think they are trying. You can make the argument some of them are trying too hard. Yeah. But this is just not a team that has earned optimism from me. They gotta show it. And I could put my fan hat on. Like, I need these guys to go out there and actually play complimentary baseball. If they can make it 3 games without multiple errors, I'd love that. It'd be great if the runners in score position was more of a norm, like hitting with runners in scoring position. It'd be great if that was more of a norm. It's not. Even their power numbers aren't where they've been. Like, last year, we were talking about this team as home run or bust. I wish that's what this lineup was. They're not even close to that. So I don't know who this team is. And if they do get good, that's going to mean that they have literally flipped the script. A more consistent offense. And the defense, to me, I just all right, could I see a scenario where they start hitting a little more? Sure, because they have the talent in the lineup to do it. The weather's heating up. This is hitting season. But the defense, where is that coming from? Where's the help in the pen coming from? If another rotation or 2 guys get hurt, where's their help coming from? I just don't see it.
No, you need help in all 3 phases. Like, every phase of this game you need help in, and you need it to be quality. You don't need the bench bat that can hit lefties a little bit, and you don't need to play against righties. This team needs a little bit of everything. And you talk about when you said the first 2 months being optimistic, and we talk all the time. Like, I was probably more optimistic coming into the season, but as the year's gone on, I've been right there with you. And it's the Friday night in Toronto. They beat the Blue Jays 13-3. They're 2 games under 500. You're a game or a half a game back in the final wildcard spot. And I'm like, this is legit. This team they're playing better baseball. They just swept the Rays. They took 2 or 3 from a Tigers team who, again, they weren't good, but the Tigers were looking at the Orioles as a get-right spot for them. They're playing better. They just took 2 or 3 from the Red Sox and basically put them away. Well, now you're sitting with the Red Sox in the standings. Like, that's where you are now because of how bad it got as June went on. You went on to look ugly in that series. You had the debacle with the baseline, out of the baseline, in the baseline, and Shane Baz's start when he was cruising up until that point. And that kind of felt like a moment for the team where things broke. They lose 4-6 that game. Then they lose or split with the Mariners, lose 2 or 3 to the Padres. And those are 2 solid teams. So you can't beat the good teams, and you knew it was going to get tough. But then they give us a little bit of hope. You take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers. You got the Angels waiting. They're playing bad baseball. Again, you said we called it out earlier. On the phone, I came on with you that Thursday. Oh, they'll find a way to take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers and drop 2 or 3 to the Angels. They did just that, but they did it in disgusting fashion. They did it in a fashion where if I'm watching as a fan, why do I want to watch them again? Like, it's an off day the next day, and then they play the Nats. The Nats will probably beat them. Why do I want to watch? And that's just how things have gone all year for this team. The bullpen has been bad. We expected it to be bad coming into the year. The defense has been bad, and it's dreadful mistakes in really big spots. And you also made a really good point that I really wanted to hit on. A lot of teams around the MLB, I don't ever like to call guys lazy. There's 162 games in a year. Dudes pace themselves. You got to understand how it works. This isn't a hustle thing. Like, when I watch them, I'm not like, these dudes don't care. They don't hustle. You said it. They're like pressing. It's too much. It feels like there's too much pressure on them. And we said it before last year and all those times where, well, they're a little too young. They brought in a Pete Alonso. They brought in a Taylor Ward who is still on, he's going to hit the market this year, but he's been in the league for years. They bring in a Leody Taveras who's been in multiple spots, won a World Series. This team just plays a stiff brand of baseball, and they can't get out of their own way.
They just look like a team that thinks too much.
Way too much.
And I think it always comes back to the analytics and all that stuff. And again, I'm not anti-analytics. I'm not obtuse. I know they've been around for a long time, but it's about how you use it. And I don't care what they say. It just looks, these guys look like they're in like system overload mode. It just seems like there's just so much going on in their heads, man. They're not out there just playing baseball. I refuse to believe it. Taylor Ward has been a 20-plus home run guy for the most part in his career. This dude has no power all of a sudden. No power.
None.
And the walks are coming down. The on-base percentage is coming down now. I mean, Alonso's numbers are going to even out. His numbers are fine. The eye test is a different story, though. I don't know. I think it's for me, it's the impact. His numbers aren't translating into wins for this team. It's not helping. I'm not going to say it's not helping the team, but it's not making a big enough impact in the win-loss column for this team.
Yeah, and it's a tough conversation. Alonso's got almost 20 home runs. He's starting to do more of what you expected. But it also goes to it where it's like baseball is so much more than one guy. And if Gunnar was producing,
it's really that.
I think we were looking at Pete Alonso
it's
saying
really that
this was the. And for a little while, it was like, all right, what's going on with Pete? Like this was not what you signed up for. Now it does feel like, the guy's got 805 OPS. It is clicking, but to your point, it's not resulting in wins. They're not winning games. And Pete Alonso had a massive walk-off against the Blue Jays. And he's come through in some really big spots. I don't want to discredit him. I know he had the 0-for-10 streak with bases loaded and was coming up a little bit short there. But Pete Alonso was the least of my worries when I look at this team. It's more so the MVP candidate, the guy that I was positive after that World Baseball Classic thing. And I'll eat it. How could I sit there and think that this guy was just going to regress this big time, right? I know he's got 16 homers, but a lot of them came in the first month. And when you talk about, I don't want to call it irrelevant, but like some of the spots that he's drilling the home runs, it's not really the massive spot.
You're right.
So we said it for a while. This team goes how Adley goes. Adley, he's not as good as wasn't hitting as good as he was the first few months. But when Adley was producing, this team was still losing. Now we're going to flip the conversation and say this team goes how Gunnar goes. And then if Gunnar figures out and they still lose, this team goes with how the young core goes, and the young core probably just isn't what we thought it was. I mean, that has to be my thought. I can't sit here for multiple years. This isn't just a one-year thing. And then I stood by it last year. I said, all right, they fix it. You add a Pete Alonso. The bullpen was always a question mark. But the bullpen isn't their only good. Like, if they had an amazing
It's
bullpen,
everything.
how much better would they be? Scoring no runs for Shane Baz.
Right.
If they had an amazing bullpen, it would have saved a few wins. And because you're in the AL, maybe that is important right now. Maybe you are just 1 or 2 games back. But you're still not a good baseball team. And you're still not going to make noise in October with the flaws that they have.
And how many times have we seen poor defense impact the bullpen?
Exactly that.
Impact the rotation. It's all of it. It's all of it. You plug one hole, another one opens with this team. That's the sign of a bad baseball team. Coming up next on the program, we'll look at the trade deadline. Will the Orioles be buyers or sellers? Mike Elias wants to buy, but will he be able to? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Belford of Bel Air. And our Salute to Savings event is underway all month long. Incredible offers, top dollar trade values, and service you can trust. We are reliable. Shop BobBelfordBelAir.com.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If the time and effort that goes into your home selling is stressing you out, but you need to move, you probably thought about taking one of those cash offers. Here's the thing. Most of them are complete ripoffs. Most, not Lee Tessier's. Lee was telling me that he's tired of people taking those lowball offers when his offer is the same convenience, but is for fair market value. Most of those others are for around 70% of what your home is worth. So if you're thinking of taking another offer, it doesn't hurt to give Lee a chance to beat it. There's a good chance that he will. And you still won't have to worry about annoying open houses. You still won't have to spend thousands to fix your home up. But you'll walk away with way more money. So call the only agent I call if I had to sell my home. That man's my buddy Lee Tessier. Give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling in your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I really hope so. I mean, we're planning that way in case it's the case, but I'm going to have to look at the circumstances and what happens, and I will be doing the right thing for the franchise regardless of everything else. So, we're going to have to see what the standings are and what our team's looking like at that time. But we're certainly making those preparations, and everybody in this building's in the mindset of going for it in 2026.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. You just heard from Orioles GM Mike Elias. He spoke to the media on Saturday. There he is saying that, everybody still wants to go for it this year. They want to be buyers, but he's going to do what's best for the organization. And I can't help but feel like that's going to be tough to do, because if Mike Elias does sell, that's an admission that his plan didn't work. And when he came up with that plan, he thought he was putting that plan together in regards of what's best for the organization. So even if he turns out to sell, and he just said it, he's going to do what's best for the organization, well, the track record may show he may not know what's best for the organization. So you're going to let him decide who stays and who goes when he might be one of those people that's gone? I think this is a perfect storm in the sense of this team probably should sell. But when you've got a guy who's on the hottest seat in the league, how can you trust that his sale is the right way? And even the Orioles selling, I don't think it's a full-blown sale. Like, I don't think they're just going to ravage all these young guys and trade Gunnar Henderson and trade Kyle Bradish. Like, I don't think it's that type of party. The biggest name that I could see move, like Adley, is still a possibility. I think Adley is a possibility. He's probably the biggest one, but of course, like the Reynolds, like Ward, Rogers, gone. Easy. Cowser may be a name. Like, those are the types of names that I'm thinking about right now, because what are you building on? And the next guy that comes in may want to get these dudes out anyway. If he keeps Cowser, and whoever takes over for Elias may trade Cowser in November for all we know. Like, it's just such a bad spot to be in. And it's a shame that this is feels like the final chapter in this iteration of the Orioles rebuild, where you had the 100+ loss seasons to get the great draft picks. You use the draft picks on what you feel like are franchise changing players, and you kind of get a taste of that success. And ever since then, you have been free falling off of Mount Everest. And now you're in a spot to where you may have to get rid of some of the guys that were brought here to turn your franchise around. And the guy that's doing it was brought in to turn the franchise around. He may be on the way. I just think this is a complete mess that the Orioles are in right now.
And to that, it's completely terrifying. It's terrifying because we don't know how hot his seat truly is. I mean, we're just judging off of what we see. And
right.
Most general managers in this spot, if it does continue to struggle, their seat has to be hot. So the ownership group, are you letting a guy who you don't plan on keeping around make your draft pick? And at the beginning, the draft picks were good. It felt like it was clicking. Things were right. The past few draft picks the drafts haven't been great. And I know there's some guys down in the draft, Nate George, who excite you. Mm-hmm. And that there's a few others that maybe could turn out, but the drafts haven't been great. So this is a really important pick.
Where's Enrique Bradfield at these days?
He just got hurt again the other day.
Again. Oh,
yeah, right. And that was another first round pick.
Yep.
When you're seeing some of these other teams in those years get guys that are already impacting the team, you went college bat. You didn't go high school. You went college bat, and if you're going to go college bat, that dude should be up soon. That dude should be a little bit more polished, a little bit more mature, ready to go. That hasn't been the case with him. Vance Honeycutt?
Nope.
And is it Enrique? Is it the draft fault? Like, are we not developing these guys the way they need to be developed? There's a lot of things to point to. So that's the draft. And that's the 7th pick. So they don't like taking pitchers. There probably is going to be a few pitchers there that would interest me, but nothing tells me they're gonna take a pitcher because they like the college bat. On the other side of it, you have the trade deadline. This guy who sold you and everybody, these were the guys that were going to compete for the AL East. He's now going to sell these players for dudes who he projects could. If you sell big time, I don't know how. I don't expect them to sell big time either. But if you do sell in a big way, the Pete Alonso signing was dumb.
Yeah.
Why? Because when the Orioles signed Pete Alonso, the thought was the final year or two might be bad, but you're fine with that because the first 3 years are going to be so impactful. And this owner, you would like to see this team spend a lot of money on somebody to where it hurts maybe later in their year. Because a lot of other teams do it. But that's how you get some of these players to come to your place. Because I know in year 4 and 5, when I'm more closer to average than I am one of the more exceptional players in the league, it's going to be like that. So you're going to get 3 strong years from Pete Alonso. You sell Adley, you better make sure coming back, it's something that's ready to go soon. And I mean now, not a few years. And I don't need any high A guys or single A, because again, I go back to it. What was Pete Alonso brought here for? You can't pay money for these dudes then to sell at every deadline. But I'm also not saying they need to buy because I don't want to risk any of the young talent they have because you're just in a horrendous spot. But at the same time, for the ownership group, you have to look at if you do see Mike Elias as your guy, and they've been very outspoken that they trust him with the baseball side of things. They fully are bought in. They're willing to go into the red. What options are out there where you can bring in? Because it might have to be both. Like Taylor Ward, you're not making the playoffs this year. You sell Taylor Ward, you get something here or there. But you also should be looking to bring in a Joe Ryan, who you know you're going to have for 2027. And you know heading into the season, and he's got some injury issues, but you know heading into the season, Joe Ryan's reliable. Now, if he comes here and starts struggling, how can you blame the front office? But they need to really weigh their options. And I'm not talking about just the front office, the ownership group. They are in a literally horrendous spot. There's no other way around it.
Coming up next, we'll hear from Mike Elias. He spoke to the media on Saturday. He talked about his job security. He talked about the disappointing season to this point. We'll hear all that and more next here on The Fan.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Fireworks Now at 3205 Carlisle Pike in New Oxford, PA is the place to make your 4th of July the best it can be. At Fireworks Now, over 80% of everything we sell is priced as buy one, get two free. And you can mix and match your selections. It's simple. You get the best deal because Fireworks Now has the best deal. And our facility is so large, you'll never have to wait in line to get in. So remember, the best fireworks deal is less than an hour away at 3205 Carlisle Pike, New Oxford, PA.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LendSeek.com.
Cordell and Ben on Fresh Take.
We're disappointed about that. I think I've talked about that at length. I see a lot of talented people in this operation, and it's not just the players. So we believe in ourselves. This is really tough. There's other teams trying to win too, and it's a zero-sum thing, and you're going to come out on the short end of the stick, and I don't like that we're in year 2 of that, and that's not right, but I very much believe that we're going to get back on our feet here in the second half, and it's going to get rolling.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. You just heard from Orioles GM Mike Elias there. He addressed the media over the weekend, and there he is talking about what gives him confidence that this team can turn it around. Honestly, didn't hear, too many things. Like, I think we enough time has passed and enough examples have been shown that that people need to take it down a notch on how they view players on this team. And I'm not talking about Alonso necessarily, even Ward. Like, I think his history has shown what he's capable of doing. This year hasn't been that for him. But I'm talking about this young core. I'm talking about the young guys that were brought in to be the pillars of this organization. I'm not saying that they suck, individually at least. As a team right now they do, but individually I don't think these guys suck. But I do think that maybe we need to start admitting they're not as good as we hoped or that we thought.
That's just what it is. They're not, and they can't be relied upon. And this offseason, I'll give them credit on the hitting side. When you add Alonso and you trade for Ward, they did add some veteran guys. But in previous years, they tried with Tyler O'Neill. That was kind of a failure. They're expecting way too much out of these dudes who, and I think we all are, just because you have to. When you draft where they have in some of these seasons, that's what's so frustrating. When you had the number 1 pick with Jackson Holliday, the number 5 pick with Cowser, 2 with Kerstead, 1 with Rutschman, and then you follow up with Gunnar that same year. If you have a top 5 pick in 4 straight years, it should be the 23-24 type of start that we expect. And then if you're going to be like the Astros, that like we were sold because we know Mike spent time there, right now the Orioles should be the team talked about baseball the most. Because you can make those moves with Pete Alonso. That's not even your biggest worry because your core is so damn good. The issue is Adley's been solid, dealt with injuries, and now is being talked about as a trade candidate every 5 minutes. Heston Kjerstad, I believed in it. I was hoping it worked. He's a AAA, and he's swinging it fine, but for a number 2 pick, that hasn't worked. Colton Cowser, the highs are high, but the lows are super low, and I don't know that he's able to be relied upon as an everyday guy. And Jackson Holliday, I still believe, will be just fine. It's early in his career, he's young. But nobody I just said there, other than Adley, when he's at peak health and peak form, is reliable enough for this team to really buy into or to make a playoff run and to do big things in big spots to change things. Now you bring in Pete Alonso, you have Gunnar, you have some other guys that, if Gunnar was playing good baseball, I don't know how things would be because Gunnar changes the lineup that much. It's hard, and we've went at Mike Elias a lot during the show. To be completely honest, in my eyes, it is hard to expect Gunnar to just not be a good baseball. This year, he's not been a good baseball player. He's been very average, and it's hard to expect that. But when you're not adjusting with the lineup, and a lot of people wanted to move around, they move him back up to the leadoff spot instead of moving him down. Everybody's eyes are just getting, more and more open, just seeing the struggles in these big spots. I think Gunnar will break out of it still, but I said that at the beginning of June because that's usually the month it happens, and we just haven't seen it.
And you brought up Jackson Holiday, and we, just talking about being sellers potentially at least. I remember 2 years ago at the deadline where a lot of the Scooble stuff was heating up, and it's like, they may have to, not Scooble, was it Crochet at the time? I think was the hot arm at the deadline, and I was one of the people that didn't want to move Holiday at that time. Now, I'm probably way more open to doing it definitely than I was 2 years ago. I don't think that it's not that I don't think he can play. It's just, and I know he's dealt with some injury and stuff, and they moved him around a little bit, and they haven't helped him. I will acknowledge that. They have not helped him. But I'd like to see some sort of special trait, some sort of special ability from a 1-1 by now. What got him drafted was his bat.
Yep.
I don't think he has a special bat, at least from what I've seen to this point. He's not as athletic as I thought. Again, I don't think that he's a bad player, and I'm not saying that he can't turn into be something, but right now it's just tough for me to see Jackson Holiday as a 1-1 becoming a special player, and that's what you think you're drafting when you're in that spot.
It's now his third year playing in the big leagues. This is when you should be talking about a guy. I know he's just 22, but you should be talking about a guy getting all-star votes, being a legit player that
becoming a name.
Every day on MLB Network, they're talking about the things that he's doing. And if it's not going to be at the plate, we know that the fielding isn't great, and you move him to second base, and he's still learning that. But if the bat was playing, I wouldn't care. The issue is, it's not. He's been a below-average hitter every year in the MLB, and he's young. He's got to figure it out. I understand all those things. He has some pop. Like, the power is definitely there. But I'd like to see more contact. I'd like to see him do some other things well, and we talk about it in terms of development. You have a 1-1 pick, a guy that you probably got right because Drew Jones was the consensus. A lot of people thought Drew Jones was the guy. He's still in the minors, not doing much at all. But Jackson, it's just the expectations were so high, and you had people who are very credible. This isn't just regular guys who are like, I think he's going to be solid. This is due to have studied prospects for such a long time, comparing him to the Alex Rodriguez's of the world as a prospect. And they said, we haven't seen a dude rise this fast like Jackson Holiday has in the minors and hit everywhere he's gone just to get to the majors, and it only be there in sparks. A walk-off home run here or there, or a big home run in a spot occasionally, but that's really only when it comes through.
And that's been my issue with a lot of these young guys, is that too many of them, their best days were in the minors. That to me is a red flag. Let's hear more from Mike Elias. We've talked about him potentially being on the hot seat and having to handle the deadline. Here he is talking about if he will operate differently this year because of fear of his job.
I feel like if you're doing your job well as general manager, it's sort of incumbent upon you in a position like this, and you're getting paid to do the right thing for the baseball operation and the franchise across a very long time horizon as best as you can. So that definitely would not be any type of factor on recommendations or behaviors that we'll be doing. But I am very optimistic we're going to be looking to put this team in a good position for a playoff run.
And look, I tend to believe him. I'm sure he's going to try to approach it, as even-keeled as he can, and that's not a spot. Like, I've tried to put myself in that spot. I can't. Like, you're trying to fix a team where you're in fear of being fired from later on, at the end of the season, potentially. Yeah, you'd like to hope that he's going to do that. I don't think he'd do anything malicious, nor should the ownership sit there and watch it happen. Yeah. It really would be on them. Yeah. But again, when he was putting the team together, he thought he had the team's best. He did have the team's best interest in mind, but he thought that plan was best for the team. It's looking like that plan didn't work. So how can I trust that he's going to have the best plan going into this deadline?
Which deadline did he have that after it? Everybody was like, he won it.
I think that's been the big issue with him is I don't think he's won a deadline yet.
And now we're going to be in this spot.
Yeah.
Counting on him to win both ways. Because right now it does feel like it might have to be buy and sell where you buy a few maybe long-term pieces that are already in the MLB proven, like a Joe Ryan, somebody like that, where you pay a little bit more for, but you're also selling to get back because if you are out of the playoff picture, you have to. I just don't know how, and say they do turn it around. Somehow this team wins 10 in a row. All of a sudden they're back in it.
Right.
They're half a game back. Okay, so now I have to change all the focus and everything. Now this guy has to buy. When has he ever bought to make you think that? So he's going to be, look at the standings. He's going to be competing. The Astros are 2 back. The Twins are 2.5 back. The Blue Jays are 3 back. The A's are 3 back. The O's are 4.5. And then right behind the Orioles, you have the Tigers and the Red Sox. We're talking the Royals, Angels, Red Sox, Tigers. Everybody has already considered them a seller. The Orioles are one team where it's like, the AL's still open. You have a chance. You're only 1.5 ahead of them. Like it feels like there's 4 teams that are being honest with their situation, or at least the consensus is honest. And the Orioles, it's like, well, you have to go in. And it's because expectation from what you just had in 2023, but you've seen teams like the White Sox show, if you don't do things right, it can easily go south. Now I give the White Sox credit. They change things. Things are going really well for them right now. I'll be honest with you. They're fun to watch. It wasn't fun watching them put it to the Orioles, but that team battles. They're gritty. They do a lot of different things well, and they're a very young team. It'll be interesting to see how they try to build off of it. Maybe take some notes from what Baltimore did in 23 and 24 and add a little bit more than the Orioles did. But people have used that comparison a lot, and it really, really does feel true where in a year or two, I just, like, in a year or two, we could be talking about this team in a full rebuild again.
Coming up next on the program, we'll be joined by one Jimmy Patsos. We'll talk some NBA with him. A lot going on in the NBA. I don't think we've talked to him since the draft either, so I'm sure he'll give some Wizards optimism with the Wizards taking A.J. DeBonsa
a little bit
with
more.
The first overall pick. Hey, look, they were put in a spot to where they can't miss.
And now you're a fan again.
You can't screw everything up.
Now you'd go to their...
I didn't say that.
Now you'd go to
I
their,
did not say that.
You said you would go to their...
the parade? I mean, that's part of my hometown discount. That's a part of that.
Don't even. We could do 8
That's a part of that. I'm just letting you know the rights
You're
that you have as a fan. I'm not a Wizards fan. No, I'm a hometown.
And if LeBron signs with the Wizards,
I have the hometown stake.
You would.
I would go to my first Wizards game.
You would be a Wizards fan. You'd be rooting for the Wizards.
I don't know if I would be a Wizards fan. I would still. I would still be a Heat fan first, but
you'd be rooting for the Wizards.
I probably would hate them a little less.
And you would text me during a game, and I would say I would shun you. Nope.
Nah, I don't think so.
Don't text me during the game. My team's playing. Your team plays at 10. They're on the West Coast.
Stop it.
That's how I'd respond to you if you text me about my Wizards.
And the Heat will still end up having a better
But I gave
season.
you until the day after the draft. I forgot. I gave you a timeline.
It was beyond the day after the draft.
But it was
up
not
to
this
the
far.
season.
It wasn't this far. Sorry. We got to get to that.
But we'll get to Jimmy next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
It's a great time of the year to get out and enjoy the outdoors. And my buddies at Pete Cycle Company, they got you covered this summer. So get out and cool off with a new jet ski from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, Kawasaki. They have the original stand-up skis to the all-out performance of a 2-seater to the luxury of the 3-seat model. They even have fishing models. Save up to $2,500 now on selected models. Financing rates as low as 3.99%. They have the area's largest selection of jet skis and have some fantastic deals now through the 4th of July. So get on out to one of 2 Pete Cycle showrooms on Bel Air Road in Baltimore, just off 695 in Overlake. Go on there and see. They have a huge selection. Or the other location is 800 Ritchie Highway in Severna Park to see the 2026 lineup of jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, and Kawasaki. Yeah, go see my buddy John Leach, the owner. Tell him you want Vinny's deal. Or visit online at PeteCycle.com. That's PeteCycle.com and see for yourself the 2026 lineup jet skis from Yamaha, Sea-Doo, or Kawasaki.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We're at a 2-2 stalemate into stoppage time. Next goal, Shirley wins it. He sets up for the corner kick. Curls it in. He's up for the header. And score! Brilliant goal!
Soccer's biggest games are here. Get ready by heading over to Giant for all your matchday essentials. And let Upside set up the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Whether it's food for your watch party, dining out during match days, or the gas you need to get where you're going in time to catch kickoff, Upside has you covered to earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Right now, get a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM06. That's promo code CHARM06 for a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CHARM06.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on a select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Joining us now on the Window Nation Fan Guest Hotline. He's your friend and mine. It's my guy, Jimmy Patsos, here to talk some basketball with us. What's going on, Jimmy?
Cordell, my brother. I am with Coach Gary Williams, so we've been talking basketball for the last hour about the grades. But before I get going, my 8th place Mystics, I have a game on the Monday, July 6th, I'm doing the Mystics game, TV. Don't worry, it's before the soccer. But they're in 8th place. This Sonia Citron is turning into like Larry in front of our eyes. She's tough. She can score. Kiki Irfin's awesome. Shakira is good, but this girl Michaela is like she was a rookie of the year. She's trying to The Mystics are coached by Sidney Johnson, who went to Towson Catholic. There's always a connection, as you know, Cordell.
Mm-hmm.
So give my Mystics a look.
Yep.
They're ahead of schedule. They're the youngest team in the league, Ben. And Sidney Johnson's the coach. And Sonia Citron's turning into one of the best players. And Kiki's just great, always consistent. She's like Moses Malone. Sorry, I use NBA references. But I've only been doing the WNBA for a couple of years. But this Mystics team, give them a look, give them a chance. They're ahead of schedule. They're young, they're fun, and they can score. And they got a couple really good young players out there. And then Sidney Johnson is a Baltimore guy who's went to Towson Catholic. His dad was a professor at Towson, so good for him. That's my shout out for him.
Well, look, it's been a while since I watched some Mystics basketball. I'll be honest with you, but I mean, I came up in the Shamika Holsclaw days, so that was like everything. And the WNBA, even though it was early, but it was popping back then. A lot of great players in the league back then. But the men's side, of course. I mean, too many greats to name from that era. But on the men's side, you got the Wizards who, had the number 1 pick in the draft. That's turning into kind of like the Super Bowl or the finals, I guess, around here, because it's kind of pumping some life into the Wizards fans that have been hiding a little bit. They draft AJ DeBonsa, no real shock there. What do you now feel about this team as it's currently constructed? Where do you see the Wizards at the end of this coming season?
Yeah. Or something, which, by the way, Ben, is when you're fouled, whether it's a 1, 2, or 3,
it's crazy.
You're gonna get 1 every time. I think it's great to speed up play. The summer league's only 40 minutes instead of 48. It's more of an adventure. I recommend anybody to go. You can get. I used to sit with Jerry West for like 1 quarter every year and be like, Jimmy, sit down, because it's different. But to play 1 free throw, if anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, you foul on a 3 or 2 and then 1, you get 1 free throw. That's where the points are allotted. That is going to be the first game they play Utah, and we know that was between the number 1 and the 2 pick. Who you wanted, etc. I'm going to Chicago on the 12th, which Caleb Wilson was the 4th pick. We know Boozer was the 3rd pick. All this right now, it's all fueled by one thing. Did the Celtics make a tragic mistake? I think the Celtics made a terrible.
I think we lost Jimmy there for a second. We'll try to get him back real quick. You could try to call him back real quick if you can, Mike. But I mean, Jimmy just moved on to the Celtics, who I don't know what the Celtics are doing. Brad Stevens, heck of a coach, both at the collegiate level and in the NBA. Now in a front office role. I think that this is his first moment.
It just felt like they forced it. It was pushed. They tried to dangle him for Giannis. They tried to dangle him for other guys, and then it kind of blew up in their face to now go for Paul George.
I think we got Jimmy P back. Jimmy, what's going on? You back with us?
Thanks, Cordell. And yes, and I could hear Ben. Thank you. And you know what it was, Ben? As I'm down here with Gary Williams and Alan Bubas, Alan, whose son works for the Timberwolves, I'm down around basketball people. This has fueled. Is this an opportunity for the Wizards to jump up even faster? You had the Celtics that were like dynasty-driven 2 years ago. Celtics went to the finals, lost to Curry. Celtics went to the finals, and they beat Doncic. They were a 5th seed, but they won't beat the Mavericks. Tatum gets hurt. This year they kind of bow out. But you got Tatum, Brown, Derek White. They're going to spend some money. You're talking about Giannis coming over. And all of a sudden, I think they took a huge step back. I think the Sixers, for all you fans of Sixers, and I'm down here sort of in Sixers country, now LeBron James is interested in going to the Sixers because maybe with VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, and Tyrese Maxey, that's really young. And yeah, you need a center. And Embiid, when he turns it on, we saw what he can do. But the East has taken a rapid change, and I think it's good for the Wizards. I'm really happy DeBonsa was the pick. He's up to like 6'10" already. He's a Boston kid. I was just up in Boston 2 days ago. They're still talking about him and Cooper Flagg, how they were New England kids. Well, DeBonsa's got a little edge to him. He's going to start at the 3 or 4 for them right away. They got Sarr, and they got a proven point guard, okay? Yeah, Trae Young's got some defensive liabilities and all that stuff, but, he can score. He's a double-double guy. He's like Tiny Archibald to anybody old listening. He was on when Larry Bird showed up in Boston. You need a guard. He's a scorer and assist guy. So the Wizards all of a sudden move up. Halliburton's coming back. The Pistons were good, but they were young. The the Sixers added Jaylen Brown and got rid of Paul George. I'm not a huge Paul George fan. I think he's a little aged. I always wondered how much he really wanted to win. No offense, that's just what I see. I see this as an opportunity for both the Wizards and the Sixers. Okay, the Celtics are kind of out. The Knicks, they're good, but we both know how hard repeating is. And Mitchell Robinson's gone. He was a good piece. I still don't think he makes the Celtics better. And then the Pistons and the Cavs. So the East becomes interesting, and I think the Wizards have a real chance. Cordell, do you like the Wizards' moves? Are you happy with the way things are going?
Let's see if he lies to you, Jimmy.
I mean, DeBonta, I said that's a slam dunk pick.
Cordell's been trashing the Wizards all off season.
I have. I mean, Jimmy knows that. I mean, what else am I supposed to do? But AJ's a good pick. Look, I think if you picked anywhere in the top 5 to 6, you were going to get a stud. And that's just the type of class that this is. Now, as I've told Ben, the next part is showing you know how to win games, learning how to win. This is a team that's coming off a 17-win season. This is a team that has, for the most part, worked for the lottery. So now it's about working for the playoffs. That's what I got to learn. I got to see that. I got to see Trae Young put together another postseason run. I got to see AD stay healthy. It's a lot of we still don't know about the head coach right now.
But, Jimmy, to build off of that, this team, like a lot of people are questioning some of the vet moves because it brings back the development. And then people are complaining, well, they take DeBonta, now you need 2 guys who need the ball in their hands. Well, DeBonta's going to learn development off the ball stuff with Trae Young being around here, in my opinion. But a lot of people push back on that. The veteran guys they bring in, between Trae Young, you know he's going to be here. Anthony Davis, it sounds like he will all of a sudden. Do you think that the Wizards, at least, to Cordell's point, they have a lot of young guys who basically learned to lose, and they were losing a lot of games. Do you think some of the older pieces that they brought in are going to help this team win meaningful games, not just a few early in the regular season?
Well, they're going to have to compete for time. Look, I'm a Champagne guy. His brother plays on the Spurs. Remember, 20 was drafted both Champagne brothers, Pittsburgh, around then Bub Carrington. I'm kind of working my way back. Bub and Champagne have to compete with minutes because Keyshawn George and Koulibaly have to compete for minutes. Trey Johnson, I think, is the best shooter in the draft last year, but he didn't play as much this year as he should have. We all know that this year wasn't going what they want. Trae Young is going to get his minutes. The guy led the league in scoring and assists. That's the reason I brought the Tiny Archibald thing. But now he has to win the big ones. Can he get to the conference finals? But you have Bub, Trey Johnson, Bilal Koulibaly, and I haven't even mentioned Will Riley, who I like, and Keyshawn George. They're going to have to compete for minutes at that 2 and 3 spot. And they're not just going to hand out minutes anymore because DeBonta's going to play most of the game, and Sarr has proven he's good. If Anthony Davis can stay a little bit healthy, I'm happy. And people have to look, that's the way it's going to be. But then he gets to the playoffs, and like Embiid beat the Celtics. Embiid was the difference in the Celtics series. Then the Knicks were just better and tougher. That's why I question sort of Paul George's leadership capabilities there. Like, they were tougher at the guard spot, and nobody from the Sixers, the young guys, tried. Well, Jaylen Brown...
Yeah, we lost Jimmy, but we'll try to get him back on a different day. But I
should get him in studio.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
When next time he's a busy. You see, look, he's eating dinner with Gary Williams
and he
right
took time
now.
to join us.
Right, of course. So we gotta, when we can jump on his schedule, we will do that for sure. But coming up next on the program, we'll get to what we missed. We'll talk some NBA. We'll talk about some of these big trades that went down. We'll talk about LeBron leaving LA. Where will he go next? We'll talk about all that and more next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
In the market for a new mattress but overwhelmed by all the options? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Just drop in, answer a few questions, and our sleep experts will guide you to your perfect mattress. And with options for every budget and free and fast delivery, it's no wonder more shoppers choose Mattress Firm than any other mattress specialty retailer. And right now, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Football training camp is here. Make Green Valley Marketplace your grilling headquarters for every backyard kickoff. Our expert on-site butchers have the premium steaks, burgers, and ribs you crave. Enjoy our kitchen-fresh store-made deli salads, fried chicken, party subs, and famous steamed crabs. Visit our award-winning scratch-baked desserts from Lauer's Bakery. And now save even more with Valley Values. That's reduced everyday pricing on thousands of your favorite products. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing, was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Join Pickles Pub this summer as they give away 50 most interesting Man of the Year bobbleheads. Just purchase a bucket of Dos Equis for $30 on the day of a stadium bobblehead promotion and it's yours. Newly renovated, Pickles offers an atmosphere fun for families and friends with their new 55 TV system upgrade with a Jumbotron and video wall. So stop in and get your most interesting Man of the Year bobblehead with the purchase of a bucket of Dos Equis on the day of the stadium bobblehead promotion this summer only at Pickles Pub while supplies last.
Cordell and Ben on Fresh Take.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Getting to what we missed, and we do tend to miss a lot. That's why we created this segment, to go over all the things that we missed. And to help us out, we got Mike Pope.
Starting with the NBA, LeBron James now is a unrestricted free agent. He officially informed the Lakers that he will not return for the upcoming season and is willing to accept a minimum contract to sign with a title contender, as his priority for the next phase of his career is winning another championship rather than maximizing his earnings. How shocking was this news initially, and where will LeBron end up?
Yeah, not really shocking to me personally. It just always felt like this was coming to a head. You've had more and more stories coming out. We had Dave McMenamin on, about a month ago? And he wrote that big story after the Lakers got eliminated in the playoffs about LeBron feeling disrespected by the organization. It feels like LeBron and Jeannie Buss's relationship has kind of been fractured a little bit. And the fans of LA, I maintain, have never accepted Bron. They've never accepted him. You could tell Bron feels it by what he said after the news came out that he wasn't going back to the Lakers. Like, I hope I made some of y'all feel. He knows how Laker fans feel about him, which is why I'm so upset with him for going. I was upset with him when he did it. Like, why? I get it. You want to retire in LA. You want your kids to live there and all that stuff. You want to play for one of the most prestigious organizations in sports. He idolizes Kobe. Like, I get all of that. But, man, the way... I don't know. I was wondering if I was going to use it for my final take. I gave him a shovel the other day. But Lakers fans are so insufferable and so ungrateful, you bunch of losers. Losers. Let me remind you where the Lakers were before LeBron got there. The year before LeBron gets there, they're 37-45. Year before that, 35-47. Year before that, 26-56. Year before that, the Wizards, 17-65. Year before that, 21-61. Year before that, 27-55. Like, they were losers. They were losers. No stars wanted to go there until LeBron went to LA, and all of a sudden AD comes there. All of a sudden they're able, that Luka trade, they pulled that off because they had AD. They're not getting Luka if AD doesn't come to LA. So a lot of Lakers fans, they're going to be happy that LeBron's gone. I would say be careful what you wish for. You see the team that they're putting together? All right. We'll see. We'll see when's the next Lakers parade out in LA.
What do the Wizards have to do with anything?
Oh, my bad. When I see a team that only has 17 wins
you
in
want
a
to talk
season,
LeBron,
I thought
you
about
Lakers
the Wizards.
fans, keep
my
that
bad.
there.
My
keep
bad.
the Wizards away from it.
When I saw 17 wins,
really
I don't know why.
Good?
I just thought Wizards.
I'm taking my talents to the district. You would love that video. You would have that reposted. But
because I can see Braun play whenever I want.
To get to the and you'd be a Wizards fan. To get to the main point, I don't agree with much, or I don't disagree with much. It was both sides. A lot of times in some of these, it feels like a player's driving one thing or a team's driving one thing, and the other side's going to be desperate and do what they can to stay if they like where they're at. We heard a lot from LeBron's side. We heard a lot from the Lakers side. And the Lakers stuff was coming out during the season. Like, it was pouring out. They weren't, and it was clear that they were leaking stuff to get out. And when you see teams start doing that, it's either contract purposes or they really want to be done with somebody. And here it was, all right, well, if the Lakers want to keep LeBron, they're going to have to pay him way more money than they should. I mean, just call it, like, it's done. That little run that they had, it wasn't working. It's not really his team anymore. Like, but to your point, he did a lot for the Lakers. But at this point, this constructed team, and now that LeBron's gone, it's not like, all right, they're back. They made some moves, but still, like, they're not back. That era is done. It's past. I'm just interested to see where it goes. I do know that there's 1 to 2 mystery teams, and I'll be holding on to Washington. That'll be fun.
The Heat are on that list. And let me say, I'm not upset that him and the Lakers parted ways. I love it. Like I said, I didn't want him to go there in the first place, but I'm not surprised because at some point they got Luka to pass the torch to Luka. So at some point, yes, they're going to move on to the Luka era. But I would also like to point out, because people, one of the things it seems like that fractured the relationship, that started the fracture, was Russ going to LA.
That came out.
And, Bron has had a lot of say-so in what the teams that he plays for does, except for one. And that is Miami. That was the one place throughout LeBron's entire career where he just got to be the player. That's all he had to do, was be the player. I think Bron made the fatal. He won a chip in LA, and a lot of people don't even acknowledge that bubble chip. I do, but I maintain Bron should have never left. He should have never left Miami.
That sounds like a little bias, man.
I'm just being honest.
It sounds like a little bias, but
being honest.
You're damn right.
It sounds like a little bias. But on a serious note, though, I do agree with both of you guys. I've always said that when LeBron was there, he didn't get his flowers and his respect. Even when he won the bubble ring, he still did not get accepted by people there. And like you said, both sides, the Genie Bus situation, the Russell Westbrook situation, and everything that was transpiring in LA. The more shocking part about it to me was that I thought he may retire there. I was cognizant of
He went there to retire there.
Yeah, exactly. I was cognizant of the contract situation. I knew that this would be the time where he could make a decision, but I thought he would retire there because of his age and because of everything that's going on. But for me, Cordell, unfortunately, the Heat are an option. He could return to the Cavs. Ben, I saw some stuff with the Wizards. I saw some stuff with the Sixers. Draymond Green opted out his contract, so he could be going to Golden State. I don't know.
Now, I just read as I opened my phone that the Knicks are showing.
The Knicks?
I saw that.
Wow.
But they always wanted Bron. They wanted him during the decision. They thought he was going to New York.
They did, but he's not going.
Yeah, he's not going to New York.
No, he's not. Wherever he goes, I know that if it's not Miami or Cleveland, it's going to shock a lot of people. But sticking with the NBA, the Boston Celtics traded Jaylen Brown to the Philadelphia 76ers in a blockbuster deal in exchange for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. There have been a lot of different opinions about this trade. How do you guys feel about this move, and how does this impact Brad Stevens?
I think that this is his first real bad, like blatant bad move. Bad move. You trade him to the team that just knocked you out of the playoffs, and that team sucked. That Sixers team had no business beating the Celtics, and yet they did. They come back from 3-1. They beat you. I don't understand the thinking with this. And by all accounts, the reports are saying Jaylen Brown never asked for a trade. This has racial undertones to me. And anybody that's listened to me since I've been on air, I am very careful when I go there. I don't just immediately go to that lane. But this to me does. How can I not? You're trading a dude that was just a finals MVP a couple of years ago. This dude was an MVP candidate this year. Your guy, Jason Tatum, wasn't there for most of the year. Jaylen Brown just had the best individual season of his career. And you ship him out for Paul George and some picks? It makes no sense to me. And then some of the quotes from guys like Shams and Wendy saying that Brad Stevens and these guys felt like that they couldn't win another championship with Tatum and Brown together. They thought that White had a better year than Jaylen Brown. How am I supposed to take that? I'm not saying that I like everything that Jaylen Brown does or says. But at the end of the day, he ain't in legal trouble. He's not asking for a trade. Like, what is the problem here? I don't know what the Celtics are doing. I really don't.
It's beyond idiotic. It's silly. This is a guy who he was an MVP candidate. What, he finished 6th? Second team All-NBA, and with Tatum out, had this team as a top 2 seed. They were playing good damn basketball with Tatum off the court. Now, that's not a slight to Tatum. Tatum's a dog. Jaylen Brown's a dog. You have 2 alphas, and at some point, maybe it needs to break up. But if it is to break up, I better be getting a very, very big bag in return. Something awesome. Instead, I'm going to get 2 horrendous first-round picks. Straight up. I mean, they're not lottery picks, and they're not going to be top 5 if they were somehow lottery pick. So you're going to give me that. Yeah, that is what it is. And then you give me playoff P, who anybody who knows me knows how I feel about Paul George. I have always been a big anti-Paul George guy. I don't like him. I think he's a bad basketball player. At this point in his career, he's always had talent, but I just think he's lazy. I'm not a Paul George guy.
He doesn't care.
No.
I can't even say better, because at least Harden won MVP, and Paul George at the peak of his career was like a really good two-way player, but it just ain't there.
And some of it comes down with the injury, but it just looks like he doesn't care. And he goes with his, like, not a huge playoff P guy. But to all of that, people act like Jaylen Brown's stupid. Let me remind you, he went to Cal Berkeley. He did go to Cal Berkeley. Stop with the analytic talk too. I understand how it goes to a reporter, and how a lot of these high guys go. They're going to say what they're told, and we had multiple teams executives tell me that analytically they don't view Jaylen Brown as a good player. They don't think he can win. His form can win. What are you talking about? Because it did win. And if you want to say, well, this year they didn't have success in the playoffs, who won the finals MVP? Who was the best player on the court when the Celtics won the NBA finals? It was this guy who analytically isn't good enough. Derek White, who was supposed to take off this year and just didn't. Derek White's a solid player. But this year showed me he needs Jason Tatum on the court to be a little bit better, at least more efficient,
at least
have
in the
better
playoffs
numbers.
for sure.
Exactly. So no, I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear anybody defending this trade. It's head scratching. It makes no sense. And when you see Paul George's name attached to it, stop talking to me about the picks. They're irrelevant to me. They are completely irrelevant when you have a team who's going to at least be somewhat successful and in the playoffs to ruin those picks. It felt like they rushed it because they got screwed with Giannis and handled that how they did. Mm-hmm. And they didn't want to say, all right, well, we did dangle you there. Now we're going to pull you back. There was like a trade out there that was even it was a 3-teamer that supposedly had legs and was legit. Şengün was going to Boston. I would take, if the Celtics, I would take Şengün
without a doubt,
time and time again over what they got. I would take just Şengün without the picks.
Yeah.
It was head scratching.
Apparently, also, real quick, there's a report that the Celtics are banking on Peyton Pritchard to turn into Jalen Brunson. Good luck with that.
Well, Pritchard's a good player, but that's crazy.
He is a good player,
that's
but
crazy.
Brunson? Come on.
Yeah, the whole situation about it, I'm gonna be quick with it, it's just ludicrous. And I'm gonna be honest, yesterday I was taking a nap and I woke up and I looked at my phone. I said, all right, maybe they traded for, because I just saw the picture, I didn't read anything under it. So I was like, did they trade for Jaylen Brown and Joel? And I looked at it and I'm like, for Paul George? That's the part about it. And it's all respect to Paul George. He's older in his career now and he's not healthy all the time. But like you guys are saying, finals MVP, came off the best year of his career. And I'm not saying who's better between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, but why was there never talks about Jason Tatum at all? But now there was talks about Jaylen Brown and he played really good. Then they try, like you said, they try to clean it up with the whole Giannis thing. They knew that they tried to ship him out then. But for it to go out like this, I think Jaylen Brown is going to be the beneficiary off of this, because I think that he will ball out with the Sixers and he could adjust to his play style is adjustable and he could play good with them. Next, going to the Western Conference, Ja Morant was traded to the Portland Trail Blazers by the Memphis Grizzlies in exchange for Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray. We knew that this would happen because of the situation with Memphis. Is the Blazers a good fit for him, and will the Blazers be better with Ja Morant?
I mean, I like the Blazers. I like what they're doing. I did think that they would move Damian Lillard once I saw Ja go there. And the fact that they're trying to run with that backcourt with Dame and Ja, I kind of got to see what that looks like a little bit. But I like Denny. You know, Denny balled out in the playoffs. Klingon was pretty solid. They still have Drew Holiday. They got Scoot Henderson. I mean, Robert Williams is back. Like, I can buy the Blazers. I don't know how good they'll be or how healthy they'll be for that matter. But they'll be fun to watch. This doesn't make me put the Blazers in like the finals picture in the Western Conference. I don't think that this puts them ahead of any of the top teams in their conference.
No. If you talk about 2022, if this happens and they have these, like a different situation, Ja's played 79 games in the past 3 years. And I love Ja's talent. I love his skill set.
Big
but
Ja
the
fan.
one question with him coming to the NBA was, and it was more because of his play, the way he finishes around the rim and he never catches himself falling. And they always said this guy's going to deal with some injuries. Now, I'm not blaming all these injuries on how he finishes above the rim and how the way he falls, but he has dealt with a lot of injuries. And of late, now some of it sits in that, is it an injury or is it him not liking where he's at? That's recent. But he missed almost a full season. He has dealt with legit injuries and had to get surgeries that have kept him out. I know he's still relatively young. Will be his 8th year. It's a fun player. I think the Trailblazers will be a fun team to watch. They have a lot of fun pieces. But as you say, and you say it with the Wizards, like Holiday won, but like they don't have winners. They don't have guys who won. And you're bringing Ja there, who, again, in 22, 23 was awesome.
We thought the Grizzlies were taking off.
And feels like the Orioles.
Yep.
Yeah, with that whole situation, I'm agree with you guys, but I disagree at the same time, because with the Blazers, it's just too guard heavy for me.
Yeah.
That's way too much. How is a lineup going to look with Ja Morant, Drew Holiday, and I didn't even mention Scoot yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He might be expendable, though, honestly, because he hasn't been what they thought he'd be.
Yep.
And he played a little bit better last year, but that means to me somebody has to get traded. There's no way that they're going to run Damian Lillard, Drew Holiday, Ja Morant, Danny. Like, I don't know. That's just my opinion on it. I think it's way too guard heavy, but they will be entertaining to watch.
And that G League Ignite, that was one of the big failures.
I've been saying it. The G League has not had a player that Scoot was supposed to be.
And
but
Jalen Green.
They have not had a player. And look, I'm higher on Jalen Green than you are, but yes, I do agree. The G League experiment has been a failure for the most part. Coming up next here on the program, let's talk some Ravens. We're a couple of weeks away from training camp. Ravens do still have some needs. Will they add to their roster before camp starts? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
Get in on all the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer. Play more, win big all summer long. Caesars Reward members earn bonus tier credits on designated promotional days at the kiosk check-in. Horseshoe Casino, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Argentina was trading at 15% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $637 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're trading at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it's legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and springtime can bring a new season of change and growth. There are so many things to look forward to, whether it's walking your dog, taking a stroll through the park with a loved one. It can be just energizing to get outside. Getting back into activities such as these can be difficult, though, if you suffer from pain in your feet, knees, hips, or lower back. Our patented 3-step arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
Amazing, the change. No pain left in my foot. My ability to walk is vastly improved. Like on a Saturday afternoon, I will take my dog for a walk, which is, I would watch football, I would watch basketball, I would do anything but probably go out and take a walk. But I do that now because there's no pain. I'm doing things more outside than I would have otherwise before. It's just real. Like it really does work.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come into the Good Feet store for your free fitting and test walk, or visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today.
Get summer savings all month long at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0.99% 60-month financing on 2026 Sonatas or Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon. And make no payments till September 26th on every new Hyundai. Banks on site for instant credit approval. Calvin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, get you Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. Get summer savings now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame, just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Talking some Ravens right now. Ravens training camp starting at the end of July. We are in the early phases of July, heading into July 4th weekend. And the Ravens do still have some needs. Obviously, their biggest need being center right now. And we'll see what they're able to do. As time continues to go on, it does, to me, feel like more and more maybe their center will end up being on their team. And when I say that, I'm not saying that as a compliment. That is a massive, massive problem if that ends up being what they have to do. If they have to put Danny Pinter out there week 1 to start at center, that is a bad sign for an offensive line that was a major problem last year. And I still have questions about the offensive line even this year. So center's one of them. People know how I feel about the pass catchers. I think they need another pass catcher. Other than that, nothing else really jumps out at me. I mean, depth at linebacker wouldn't hurt. But other than that, maybe another corner of one of these veteran corners because, Awuzie tends to get hurt. Marlin is going the wrong way. But that's not a dire need to me. I would say their top 3 needs for me is center, wide receiver, linebacker.
Yeah, I'm with you on center. I mean, I think everybody should be. And the more time that goes by, it does feel like that. But I still strongly think they're going to try to address it with a trade or a cut or something. The offensive line was already a question when you had a good center. And now you take him away, keep things mostly the same. I know you draft Venga, you bring in John Simpson, but John Simpson,
he's better than what they had, but.
Exactly. Honestly, but. Right. That's just what it is. I mean, seriously, it's what it is. So you get a semi-upgrade there. You still need a good center. And the camp all-star and Corey Bullock, I'm not sure that's going to be – it's going to be Danny Pinter if this is how they go. I still feel like they're going to make something else. Linebacker was what I was going to say earlier. And Teddy Buchanan looked really good. It looked like he was a promising guy when he was on the field. Supposedly, he sounds like he's ahead of things in recovery. He's recovering the exact way they want. Do they have confidence in Trenton Simpson? And how are they going to utilize him? Will it be a little different? Roquan Smith, we're starting to talk about some injuries with him. And, I don't know. I just think the linebacker position is definitely, it's not as good as, or it's not to be overlooked. I don't think we can look past it and say it's fine. But to your other point, I don't know that there's that many holes. And if Nnamdi Madubuike is back, I'm not saying he is, but as time goes on and we haven't heard anything about retire, I think he's at least going to be back for training camp and see how it looks there. The defense is in a really good spot. Edge rushers, a position people are talking about, but with the way that they filter things, and I'm expecting this staff to do similar, you did bring in Zion Young, and you do have guys like Tavius Robinson, who are kind of that workhorse, who do a lot of different things well, and kind of a Swiss Army knife in the way that he can play. And of course, you bring in Trey Hendrickson and how Mike Green's going to develop under a new coaching staff and those things. So I don't know that there's a ton of snaps at edge to bring in a guy that you're probably going to have to pay more money, because Jadeveon Clowney's a name a lot of people talked about. But we know what the money that will cost.
Yeah, to be honest, I actually like the way that they attack the defensive line, period, interior and exterior. Now, this Calais Campbell situation is just such a sad situation. Him losing his mother, his brother arrested on charges of murder for murdering his mom. Just a horrible, horrible situation. And definitely send my condolences to Calais and his family. I can't even imagine navigating that just mentally. So, but this is such a bad situation. I'm now wondering, is Calais going to be there? I don't know this is such a off the grid type of story that I'm kind of mentally opening myself up for anything. He's already at the back stages of his career, still productive, but this is the type of thing that could shake anybody up. I'm just curious to see how he responds to this. It wouldn't shock me I wouldn't blame him if he's not there to start training camp I just don't. That situation is just now giving me pause on even his status right now. And maybe it's nothing. Maybe it doesn't impact it, but this at least makes me wonder.
Yeah, it's complete awful situation. And I was going to get to it. I'm still going to get to it for my final take with how media and things go when something like that does happen. Just kind of disgusting. But it's a really sad situation. And to your point, there is uncertainty. And he deserves to take as much time as any of us would at our jobs if a situation like that. So yeah, as you said, condolences out to him and his family. Just really, really an awful situation.
Coming up next on the program, we'll wrap things up, get you our final takes, and get out of here. That's next here on The Fan.
It's summertime in Baltimore, which means the heat and humidity is here. Is your system ready? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. And right now, from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Cordell and Ben on Fresh Take.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on 105.7 The Fan. Getting our final takes and wrapping things up before we head into our 4th of July weekend. Mine is going to be about this Jaylen Brown trade. I haven't really been able to wrap my head around this whole thing because very rarely do you see, in the NBA, obviously, over the years, we've seen these big-time players move. There's more movement in the NBA than there is in any other major professional league. So you do know that going into NBA off seasons that typically they're all going to be crazy. So you do kind of prepare for anything. But in this case, when you're sending one of your top. And look, I've always been a guy, to be honest with you, that felt like Tatum had the higher ceiling over Brown. I thought Tatum coming out of Duke was NBA ready. Like, that dude, the way he can score, and you saw it his rookie year, like, he's always had the ceiling to be a top 3 player in the NBA. That said, Jaylen Brown has been undeniable. And it's similar to the Russ and KD situation, to where KD was this undeniable force. You knew he was one of the best players in the league. He was generational. He was a generational talent. And you get a guy in Russ who is an elite player in his own, as athletic as anybody on the court. And no, he's not better than KD, but in Russ's mind, he feels like he is. Or worse, he feels like he's as good as KD if he's not better. So I can understand the landscape of how that can throw off the formula a little bit in the locker room. But at the end of the day, the Celtics won a championship with both of those guys. The Celtics have been one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference with both of those guys. To simply just pass him off, and they didn't just give him to just anybody. They gave him to the team that knocked him out of the playoffs, and a team that really was stuck. The Sixers have been stuck. Since Embiid got there, they haven't gone anywhere. They've given him a contract they can't get rid of. They've drafted Maxey, and that was a slam dunk. I love Maxey. I'm a huge Maxey guy. Always have been. And to be honest with you, the Sixers have taken too long to hand the keys to Maxey. Right. So this doesn't. Jaylen Brown going to the Sixers, people will say it's Jaylen Brown's team, and that's fine. I don't get into whose team it is, and I think that's a whatever. I don't really care about that. I think this helps Maxey. I don't think this is going to stunt his growth. Getting Paul George and getting James Harden, like that, those are moves that I do feel like stunted his development to a degree. Now, he fought through the Paul George stuff. Paul George wasn't as bad as Harden because Harden had the ball in his hands all the time, and Harden, it was his offense. At least with Harden gone, it did become Maxey's offense. But now you give him Jaylen Brown, who can play off ball, who can guard your best defensive player, who can go out there and get you 6 to 7 rebounds on any given night. Like, he's a willing facilitator. This dude, and now they got Anthony Simons as well. Like, the Sixers might be back. I can't believe it. And it's all off the back of the Celtics, who, if you remember, the Celtics got back off the backs of a team like the Nets. Right. So they basically fleeced the team that got built by fleecing everybody else. And it's just crazy that they are willing to just give Jaylen Brown away. For me, I said it earlier, it goes beyond just, him and Tatum didn't work. You think every teammate loves their teammate? Like, that's not the case. You work through that. It's professional sports. And they were one of the East doesn't scare anybody. And I said it on the morning show multiple times. The Knicks winning the finals put fire onto everybody in the Eastern Conference. We were going to see this offseason, all these Eastern Conference teams going for it, trying to be aggressive in acquiring stars because the East is more wide open than it ever has been. And now the gap between the best teams in the East compared to the bottom has closed, and Boston has put themselves closer to the bottom than they have to the top.
Yeah, and real quick, I'm going to get to two quickly. But real quick, your point about Tyrese Maxey, I've always been with you. I've always been a huge Tyrese Maxey guy. The one thing that always scared me a little bit with him, like this year, the way Nick Nurse plays him, he played 38 minutes per game, more than anybody else in the league. And he would be gassed down the stretch of games. Now you're going to give him Jaylen Brown, a guy who's more reliable than the other dudes. I do like the move, and I agree with you. It's not taken away from Tyrese Maxey. It's just going to let him ease off a little bit in some of these games and probably not have to play the 38 minutes more than anybody else in the NBA. Two quick things. First, I'll start with just a quick one I wanted to get to the World Cup because we didn't get to it. I know we did have somebody saying, listen, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and act like I'm a big soccer guy because I'm not. I watch the World Cup in general. I don't just watch the U.S. I root for the U.S. I watch the U.S., but I watch the World Cup in general. And I watched the whole game last night. And that call, just kidding. I'm not going to sit here and, I like to berate the refs. I don't watch enough to know. Some people I read say it shouldn't have been a red card. Some people I read say it should have. I don't understand how you can go to a review like that. It didn't look that malicious to me, but that's the sport we're talking about here. Never been a huge soccer guy, and that was frustrating. That's one of the better players. Balogun is scoring a lot of goals. So, yeah, that was unfortunate. The U.S. Will not have him Monday night. You can't appeal it, but they could, and supposedly they're not going to up the suspension. But you can't appeal it, but you can get suspended more games for it, whatever that is. The other thing I did want to get to, which was my real final take. We talked about the Calais Campbell situation earlier. Horrendous, as we said before, condolences with him and his family. His brother murdered his mom. Disgusting situation. TMZ posted the phone call of his brother getting to the house today, and you could listen to the whole thing. This should not be happening. It just shouldn't. I don't care what the situation. I don't think it should ever come out, but if you want to put it out down the line or whatever, it should never come out. People should not have to hear this awful situation, this awful phone call that's going across, but companies and people want to be first about everything, and people want to have to make money off of and get clicks off of bad situations for human beings. Something like this, for me, has always been such a personal thing, should not be getting out like that, especially in a situation like this where it's such a sad moment for somebody. And now a moment that I just had to experience like that, less than a day later, 2 days later, people can hear my phone call when the saddest moment of my life, probably.
Crazy.
There's no reason that should be getting posted. It shouldn't be out.
Who's asking for that?
No, what? Right. Why is that? But it's because they know they're going to get clicks because of the name, and they know they're going to be able to profit on it, and they know they're going to be able to take some of their attention away from other things by posting something like that. So it's sad. It's awful. It's disgusting, but it's where we are.
Another great one in the books. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Appreciate Mike on the board. Great job tonight. Appreciate Jimmy Passos for making some time for us. He's out at dinner with some important people and went outside to get on the phone with us. We appreciate that. Appreciate all you guys that tuned in. You could have been listening to anybody in the world, but you were listening to us. We really appreciate that. Have a great 4th of July weekend. Be safe, but have some fun out there and stay cool because it is very, very hot. Until next time, we'll see you when we see you. Peace.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Don't have time to wait for your home to sell? The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will make you a cash offer for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETESSIR.
No. USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem?